You can't spell her name? Well, just spell her name, dude. Like, jeez. Actually, medical students don't have to learn to spell because doctors have like the stupidest handwriting. With all due respect, of course. With all due respect, of course. I'm just. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I think I'm having a VR scenario. Oh, I am having a okay, hold on. I have to reboot my VR. Hold on. It's going stutter mode. Wait, let me make sure it's... I'm closing VRChat. Hold on. I'm schwambling really quick. 3 weeks until Anime NYC. Gonna spend big. Go big or go home, am I right? Are you going? No. No, I am not. Hold on. We're gonna DC for a moment. Well, we're not gonna DC, but my mic will die. Chewy, what's up? Nah, I don't really... Proxy, what the hell, man? He does this every time. Or is he even here? Is he streaming? No, I don't have Topaz's light cone. Proxy, thanks for the 8 gifted. You're here. What the? What the? It's hard to say thanks because I never know if you're here or not anymore. Just be going live. It's funny you say that, by the way, Shuey, because Fausto literally just got... I was telling him, like, I'm going to do a 10 roll for the light cone. And I'm going to get it. And he did a 10 roll, and he got it. Like, the same exact second I said that I'm going to do a 10 roll. I don't have a 10 roll to do, but I just thought it was funny. Who the hell's Farina? Looking Honkai? Did you just get it? Oh, Aiko cries in the distance? Yeah. He was literally screen sharing it. I was like, you're not gonna... that's... Oh, Genshin Impact. I don't know much about the Genshin, like, realm. I'm shaking my headset. You can't even see it. Thank you for giving... Why do you keep gifting to... Foxy Zero, what are you trying to say? Okay. 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 Guys, I was in, like, unconquerable fear this morning. I woke up early and I was like, hey, this is a pride point. Like, this never happens. Except I went to bed really late, so, like, you think about it, I'm like, well, I'm old, so 5 hours of sleep is probably a tolerable amount anyways. But anyways, and then you put into consideration the fact that I had a stomach problem. My stomach was hurting, and I was like, I guess this is why I'm awake right now. It was like, wow. Let me put my full body on. Not that it matters. But, well, you know. Well, kind of, well, you know. Where's my streamer? Bullet poof. There it is. Strap-on required. Acquired. Question, Trash Panda. Uh-oh. I'm scared. I'm scared of questions. What if I answer improperly? If I ended up in New York... Oh my goodness. Here we go. What time of the year? You want to hook up? Yeah, sure. Unless you're going to a convention. I mean, I could always say hi for like a day or two. I could show you around, take you to ramen shops. My favorite activity in particular. So you don't see me because I'm trying to fix my full body tracking because it just doesn't do this thing called working. Huh. Why are my trackers blue mode? We chilling right now or no? Nope, dongles are plugged. 3.0 right here. It's lighting up. It's just not green. Yo, we chilling VR? Yo, hello? Do I gotta unplug and plug you all in again for the 30th time in my life? Yo, this USB hub, man, this is criminal. This is criminal. It's got those USBs, but like they're all opposite sides. I don't know how to explain this. It looks like my full body is. Oh, never mind. There we go. Yo, you complain for long enough and it'll all work. Always. Let this be a lesson for everybody, a life lesson that if you complain for long enough. By the way, I'm sorry that I'm not ready for stream right now, but like, I was in bed for the last. Oh, why is my full body tracker red? Why is it glowing red? Uh oh. Well, that's slightly problematic. I guess I'll let you charge for a little bit. Yeah, I was literally in bed. Like, do I get up and stream? Like, will it be worth it, or will I die attempting this? Yeah, what if I double charged it? What if I plugged in one here? No, it would explode. That'd be pretty funny though, right? I was telling Fausto, I was like, wouldn't it be hilarious if I just collapsed? Like on stream? Like that'd be great content. Well, I'm full bodiless for a little bit while I let my tracker thing, charge. I don't know what happened to it. I have no clue why it doesn't function. Where's my chat? There we go. Wait, where did it actually go though? So you're taking a few days to go see people? Yeah, I mean that's fair. It would give me a reason to leave the house. I've made plans with people a couple of times, but they all just fell through. That's the word. I was about to say they never went through, but I suppose the real phrasing is they fell through. Dude, I wish I had Topaz's light cone. I would rather have a Topaz team and a Jingliu team, but right now I have Jingliu, half of a Zela team, and my Kafka team is like levels 70 and 60, but their light cones are suffering, so they're kind of like Sanpo is level 70, but he still gets one shot half the time. He actually has upgraded relics, which makes no sense as to why he's dying, but he's Sanpo, so I don't really care. Like, if any of the characters from that comp were to die, it would be Sampo, I would hope. Sick of that guy. Genshin Impact. It was like some Genshin, convention. a few months ago in New York. Yeah, I would never go to that, but if they had a Honkai Star Rail one, I would consider it. It really depends because it didn't look that crazy. It wasn't like a convention. It was just like an art area, some cosplayers outside, some people playing music from like someplace in Genshin. It's very interesting. When do you plan on going to New York? It doesn't feel like a Monday. I'm gonna say it. I feel like I was streaming yesterday, but I wasn't. Which is what did I even do yesterday? That's right. I woke up at like 12 p.m. I opened Twitch. No one was live, so I went on YouTube and watched like 6 podcasts. Did my Honkai dailies. Uh, Yeah, and then I kept watching videos for like 5 hours and then got on Core Keeper. Got the final achievement. Oh, no. I got most of the achievements I need. I need one more achievement and it'll take forever. A quadrillion. What the hell? You know, I might be sleep deprived, but like I think I'm hallucinating or some shit. Like my controllers feel really light today. Could it be my gains? I'm finally getting them gains. Could it be that I'm finally lifting enough to become powerful? Or is it the strength of Halloween? Oh, I know what it is. It's Halloween. Because today's Hallows Eve. And then tomorrow is Halloween. And so this is when I'm strongest. This is when I'm the strongest kind of human being, like living life form ever. Right now, in Hallows Eve. Oh! And then, like, the day after, I become just, like, twig. No, not like human skinny twig. I mean, just like I just become a branch. I'm just on the ground, on the grass. I'm just there. Demoted. Yeah. 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 Thanks for the hydrate. I could do that. I could. I have coffee. However, I'm afraid to drink it because of my stomach. However, it could get the bowels moving, so I don't know. Do I drink the coffee? Leave a comment below. The big poopies. Who is Jeff? Jeff Dunham? JeffDunham.com. Anyone even know what I'm talking about when I say that? Or like Juvian proxy, maybe? This feels weird not having like functional lower VR. You'll drink my coffee? It's hazelnut. It's pretty good. Just, it's been sitting there untouched by the human hand, mouth. Juvie, I was debating Phasmo today. Would you get on if I said, yo, Mr. Juvie, want to play Phasmo? Or would you be like really angry about it? Would you be like, Mr. Koyo, I'm playing Slay the Spire or something? When? Oh, I don't know. What are we, 20 minutes in? What about in like 40 minutes? What if I told you we should play Phasmo in 40 minutes? Would you do it? Why'd you put pineapple pizza, Wolfie Knight? What is this? Live Mume reaction. That's the Moomer. Elden Ring is today. That's fair. Understandable. I will be 120% doing Phasmo tomorrow because it's Halloween, and I didn't plan out any horror games because they all kind of blow. They all blow chunks, so I'm probably just going to do Phasmo tomorrow. I want to see what the Cauldron thing does. I never ended up getting everything. We were actually going to play with Tasha the other night, and then that didn't happen. Mostly because it was already 2 a.m., and I was like, I'm just going to go to sleep. You'll join in Phasmo? Poggers. That is fair. It'd be Elden Ring. Me listening to the memory reboot. And I saw you send me that, and then I didn't click it, and not because I wasn't interested. I don't remember what happened. Like I saw it, and I was about to click it, and then I didn't. I'm pretty sure what happened was I think Fausto woke up, but because you weren't interested, yeah, sure, man, sure. You guys degrade your own social like capabilities connected to me intertwined. You also just caught me on a day, well, not that you would have ever known. You caught me on a day where I didn't feel like responding to anyone. I have those days lately, a lot more often than not. Looks like she's slurping Starbucks or something. No, that might just be Dr. Pepper. It'd be like that? It'd do. You give me something at Anime NYC? No, no, dude. Keep it for yourself. Spend yourself some monies. I don't think you can see. See what? What she's sipping? Well, no, you can't, but it looks like some sort of soda. Maybe Coca-Cola. Looks like one of the, like, maybe it's a Wendy's, like, cup. Might have Dr. Pepper in it. It's more like she can't see what she's sipping because she got the whole... I mean, canonically she could because they're just scanners and she can remove them whenever she wants. But, you know, in the long run. Did I tell you about McDonald's? Yeah, you did. You actually told me twice because you told me in DMs about a depressing burger. And then when I went live, you told me about your McDonald's. Wasn't sure anymore? It's okay. You want to hear about the McDonald's? Basically, what happened was he ordered McDonald's, and the burgers were horrendous. Wait, no, actually, hold on, Juvie. Was the story that the McDonald's burgers were like really, really bad? And then like you said that burgers from somewhere else, like really cheap ones, were better or something? I don't remember now, actually. Maybe you have to refresh my memory on your McDonald's story. They were so bad in... Yeah, okay. So, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because you were telling me, like, some really cheap, like, dollar burgers would have been better or something. I was like, yeah, I mean, it is McDonald's. Like, every time I think of Fausto eating McDonald's, I'm like, yeah, but he could eat something better and, like, proper. Oh, yeah, that's right. Microwave burger. That's what the comparison was, yeah. Yeah, but expenses, Fausto, compared to health. You know, there are some things you should prioritize out here. Barbecue chicken. That's still not healthy. I'm ordering you a nice Caesar salad. Expensive though, Big Mac, yeah. I bet if you tried a Caesar salad, you would like it though. Bet. Lentil stew. That sounds pretty good. I want some soup. I don't remember how the dance goes. Utter? Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Nina. That does not sound like an actual word. Lentil stew for me is what borscht is for you. Lately, there's a different soup that I really, really like. To be fair, I haven't had borscht in a moment. Well, that's not true. I had one like 2, 3 weeks ago. But all in all, it's not a new soup, but it's just been like I've been thriving whenever we had it. I was just happy to have it, but I don't know what it's called. I think it's just barley soup. I'm quite positive it's just barley soup. I've said it a multitude of times, but like soup is my favorite part of the day. if if I had to choose a meal and didn't count soup as dinner, even though it's like the beginning part of dinner, I would say that soup is my favorite part of the day when it comes to food. Breakfast, I mean, I didn't even finish my waffle. Lunch, I mean, I skip that usually, and if I don't, then I don't really care about lunch anyway. Dinner, yeah, it's cool, but like the soup needs to be there. What's in it? It's like potatoes, barley, broth. There's a lot to it. I don't know. I'm not big on breakfast, but I would, if I would wake up and start streaming, probably would need to. Yeah, I mean, I ate a little bit of my waffle so that I have some sort of energy and like don't get hungry within an hour. It's more so the fact that I just don't like being hungry when I stream. So even if I have to grab like the most bare minimum thing, like a snack. I actually also woke up pretty hungry this morning, but my stomach was pissed off anyway, so there was no winning. Today? I'm doing pretty good. Dracus34 with an underscore. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Eggs with sausage. Nice. I wouldn't mind some eggs right about now. Scrambled. With like ham. Little ham chunks or something. That'd be cool. I don't know what song this is. I think this is on the shuffle. The Spotify Smart Shuffle is actually pretty good. I was like, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna start playing 100 gecs like an hour from now. How do you prefer your eggs? Scrambled or fertilized? Certainly scrambled. Scrambled eggs are just the best thing in the world. I wanted eggs too, but my market had no eggs for a while except the mega packs. Fertilized. When I think of fertilized eggs, I just think of the TikTok person, the TikTok like girl in Hong Kong, the Chinese girl in Hong Kong. 7TV has been having a stroke for the past week and a half. Over the weekend, and by over the weekend I mean yesterday, I tried to add new emotes, and it said I didn't, and then like an hour later it added them. And pages wouldn't load. 7TV's just been going through some major updates, and I guess they're just like, oopsie daisy, we broke it again. New browser. What new browser? Did you make a new browser? You can advertise. I'm not going to use it anyway because Firefox reigns supreme. Opera GX? Opera GX is pretty good though. Like, it's good if you want something Chromium based that's not like super cringe. It's good. But I don't know. Firefox will always just reign supreme for me, except for when I watch streams on Twitch. Actually, Twitch streams work fine now, but my YouTube streams get like stuttery. But I think it's because I Discord share. The other day, the stream was completely fine on YouTube. When I was screen sharing Mume, but then if I also click the watch stream button, and for some reason it just like exploded or something. It's like, oh no, there's no way someone's really watching this share screen stream. And it just started like stuttering, and I was pissed off. 7TV has always had loading issues, be it the web page or the extension. Yeah, that's true. That's why I have Chatterino, because even if 7TV itself breaks, because it's embedded into Chatterino properly with all the coding, there's literally no way for the emotes not to work on Chatterino. The only way that Chatterino would break with 7TV is if I updated it without the 7TV extension. There's no way. The only thing that breaks is when people have the cool names for being a 7TV sub, and they get like the colorful names or whatever. Those don't show up half the time. But I can accept that. I can accept the terms and conditions. You guys think I scared that guy away? He's like, hey, what's up? How are you today? And I was like, hey, and I said his full name with the underscore too, and they probably didn't like it. They didn't like the vibes. The vibes were off. Oh yeah, follow emoji, auto level. I didn't realize we not only conquered our sub goal, but our follow goal. All in October. This is the most powerful month of them all. Truly. Everything good happens in October. Except for when I get the shits. But, you know, that only happened once. The other week. You guys wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have shared that information. You're pretty scary. I'm not scary. Why am I scary? What's scary about me? I'm perfectly sane. I'm respectful. I hate children. Like I'm like the perfect everything. Ads? Oh man. You're reading my rules and about. That's fair. You played Suika. Hey, but I got the 3K. I got the 3K score, so whatever. Now I have to try to get a 4K, right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? No sane person does that. Well, yeah. Yeah. But I feel like I'm a perfectly sane person, generally speaking. Why are ads playing 32 minutes into a stream, by the way? It should be an hour delay. Children! I hate them. Ads are done. Jesus, that was a minute-long ad. What the flip? Dude, Twitch is on one, man. I'm telling you. I'm so over it. Man, Honkai Star Rail. What was the ad about? I'm curious too. Was it a 1 minute long ad or like 2 30-second ads? What were they about? Perfectly sane person unless you play Suika for 2 seconds. Well, hey, like, listen. I never claimed to be like the sanest of people, but I'm still pretty sane in general, right? Like, do I have psychosis? No. Would I go around the streets like fully unclothed? No. I'm not Amanda Bynes. God, I hope she's doing better now. The Amanda Show was one of my favorite shows when I was growing up. So it's like really sad to think about. But I mean, it makes sense. Child stars tend to suffer. You tune out ads? True. Those are both a pretty low bar for sanity. Well, like, what do you consider? Like, where would you put me on a spectrum? Insanity? Like, if insane, absolutely like put in a rubber room, insane is 10, and like 1 is perfectly sane human being who has no issues. Like, where would you even place me? Surely you wouldn't place me like above a 5, right? There's no way you would put me in a rubber room full of rats. You're on mobile? That's okay. You know how it is. A 6? What do you mean? How? What part of me is a 6 in terms of sanity being insane? That doesn't make sense, guys. That does not add up. I'm perfectly sane. When was the last time you played League or Overwatch 2? It's actually been a long while. A very long while. Why, would you put that up? Would you put the number up if I played recently? League of Legends is not installed on my computer. Overwatch 2, I haven't played in like months. You bump it down to a 5? Nice. Seven 5-year-olds that have cake and ice cream. I don't want to be in a room with children. That's when the sanity will bump up. Or insanity will bump up. And I'll become Anakin Skywalker. Children. Slash me hates them. A lot. Children have ruined everything for me. My life sucks. Debating that coffee right now. I'm like, I kind of want to sip, but I also kind of don't at the same time. So you just like him after all? Like, am I really though? Like, am I? Because there's no way, right? Like, I'm not Darth Vader, right? I wouldn't betray my people. Oh, what would drive me mad? Oh, then that would absolutely drive me insane. Yeah, fully energetic children. Yeah, that's the worst for sure. Put some chihuahuas in there too, and then I might actually come out a completely different human being in the worst light. In the worst light. This feels really awkward because I'm moving, but I mean, you guys can't really see it, but my legs aren't moving. And also, I only have trackers on my hip and my right foot because the other one's still charging, and I didn't want to take them off. More like Luke, but he's also like his father. Well, how am I like Luke, right? Like, there's no way I'm like Luke Skywalker. I would never use a green lightsaber for starters, because that's stupid, right? Secondly, I would never want to be a Jedi to begin with. I want to be a bounty hunter. Disney Luke or Lucas Arts Luke? What is Disney Luke? Did they change something? Bane? Molded by it. Molded by it. Well, he's old? Was a very different person in the new trilogy. Well, he's probably just old. It makes you wonder, like, why do actors just accept? I don't know if they don't get to see the script, I guess, early on. So even if they already signed the contract, I guess they can't back out of it, right? But if someone really has, maybe he just needed money. Honestly, he probably just did it for the money. I don't know. It's Mark Hamill. Who knows? Maybe he loves Star Wars, so he tried, but it's also like, what do you do, right? What do you do if you sign up to come back to a movie franchise that you really love, and they give you the script, and all of a sudden, you're you're not even who you were. Like you're gonna play the same character, but like years in the future. Well, apparently not. Darth Bane in the books was freaking awesome. I don't know who that is. That's cool though. I didn't read any of the books. I know a little bit of lore here and there because of YouTube, and then from playing video games. And then I only watched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Rogue One. Yeah, that's it. Oh, and some of the OG Clone Wars, like even before Ahsoka. Here's the only, so far I know, who talked. This is not the Luke I played. Oh, well, if he actually complained about it and stuff, then that makes sense. Props to him. I wouldn't have known. I haven't watched the movies yet. But is he like a major impact in the series? In like 7 through 9? Is he like a huge thing? I thought he just shows up and dies. I don't even know if he actually dies. That's what I thought happens. Realistically, who is Luke Skywalker? He's the dude who watched his father die. He learned to be a Jedi, but he was, like impatient, very much like his father. I don't know what happens to him after. His thing was hope. So, like, does that make Luke the new chosen one in technical terms, or no? Or is Darth Vader always going to be the chosen one? How does that work, right? Because, like, Darth Vader dies, so Anakin Skywalker, the man who was supposed to bring balance to the Force, is dead. Technically, he did bring balance, right? Right? Because he played both sides and, did all that and that. And then, he practically eradicated the Force at some point, realistically. But, like, after that, what? Like, he did bring balance, job done. So that's it. Not necessarily a literal chosen one by someone, but someone who probably everyone sees hope / great potential on. This is one of the old Republic who destroyed the old Sith Order and created the rule of two that the modern Sith follow. Interesting. Oh, actually, I might know who you're talking about. I might have had. I watched a few like Sith videos on YouTube at some point. And I do remember someone who did that. I don't remember the name though. So if it is Darth Bane, that's cool. He doesn't play a major role. I don't like that you said so far, implying there's gonna be like a 10 through 12. Like sometimes things need to stop, right? There has to be a conclusion eventually. If you're telling me that somehow episode 9 ended in a way where there could be a 10 through 11, I don't even know what I don't know how I would feel. It's like Doctor Who and Supernatural and like all those. They eventually need to end because eventually there's going to be like it's just going to get ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know how many of you are interested in Supernatural. One of my favorite TV shows of all time. But it had to end. And personally, it could have ended in season 1 and I would have been content. It could have ended in season 3, I would have been content. It should have ended in season 5. It ended in season 12. And the way they pulled season 12 stuff was chaotic. At least it ended. The ending was kind of IMO. It's like the equivalent of Game of Thrones, but at least season 12 was still pretty good for what it was. 50 years worth of book content Disney can use. Talking about Disney, they don't want ends. They want to be able to milk every franchise. Well, their shows are good. Like they can do stuff with shows, and I wouldn't mind. Mandalorian's supposedly really good. Ahsoka's supposedly really good. Do like the Clone Wars POV. Commander Cody, Commander Rex. Have them do stuff. Oop. Why did I move that? There we go. They threw most of it out of the window. Extra stinky today? Nice. Mine were like burning yesterday. It's crazy. They're basically giving her Luke's role in his novel. Wait, what? More movies with Raid. Who's Raid? Oh, is that the main Skywalker lady in 7 through 9? The final Skywalker? It's Rey. They just keep adding more Skywalkers, man. Time to move on. Aragon. Oh god. Jeez. Oh god. Good lord. They never happened? Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. God. I didn't think I'd ever hear the word Aragon ever again. Let alone Aragon movies. Jeez. This is Yuvi's favorite song. You have all 4 books? I used to have all 4 books of Aragon. My friend and I did a trade, and I was like, yeah, I'm never gonna read these again. So I gave them my. I only had 2 or 3, so I gave them those. I traded all of them, and they gave me 3 different books, not a series. I don't know. We used to do like book trades because I was like, I don't know what to read, so they just gave me stuff to read. Do I have them still? I think they're hidden. I think I put them away somewhere. I have too many books. I couldn't tell you which one it was. It was probably something like Animorphs, to be honest. Lamal hesitated. Yeah, should be sealed. Warriors. The rest you donated and read on Kindle now? Yeah, I am not willing to do that. Yo, IMO though, if you order a book, like a physical book, they should all just have a Kindle code. Kindle code. Wait, yeah, I said it right. Wow. It sounded weird in my head. Just each book should be like should include a Kindle code, so if someone really wants to read, maybe because it will be distributed. I don't know, but then you could do the same with a book. Just give it to someone else, have them read it, and then hand it back. Save the trees. Like I agree, save the trees, but also nothing beats the feeling of a fresh physical book and turning the pages. Nothing will ever beat that for me. So although I agree that it's better to save the trees, I'm willing to sacrifice a few trees for. I'm kidding. Or am I? Eco-terrorist. On the contrary, my dear Juvie. Oop. Look, if it makes you feel any better, I would plant a tree for every amount of books that equate to 1 tree. Okay? If I could, I would do it. Would it be counterproductive? A little bit. But it would make up for every book that I have. But you don't? Well, there's a reason I don't do that, and that's because it's hard labor and I'm lazy. And because Spiza has told me exactly how fantastic it is to plant trees, and I'm like, you do that, and I will not. If Spiza's planted 1,000,000 trees, right? That equates to like a few of my books, right? Surely. I have all physical books of the Looking Glass series. I just love having physical books because I love flipping pages. If someone handed me an ebook, a Kindle, and told me, yo, this is a really good thing, you should read this, I'll look at it and I'll be like, I'm going to check this on Amazon. And they're like, well you don't want to read it? I'm like, oh, you want me to read it on here? Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. I can't. And I have a good reason for it. I get very distracted with technology. I do. If you hand me a Kindle, I'll find a way to make it. I will scroll around the Kindle and do things that aren't reading. Somehow, I'll find out. I'll find a way to do it. It will happen. The future is now, old man. It's like the only old man thing I do. I mean, I collect vinyls, but they're packed. So those are the only 2 real things I do that are like really boomer centric, I guess. But it's just the feeling of flipping pages on a book are so much more satisfying than next page. Next page. I don't know what the song is, but I'm not feeling it. Next. Oh, this is Queen Bee. Cool. I like waiting and going to sales at libraries when they go get rid of a bunch of books. I actually did that a lot too. Wonder how many people would even get the reference now. Not enough, Mr. Juvie, not enough. I used to go to a specific bookstore. It was pretty far away, but I used to go to it all the time because they would have a section. It's like a clearance section. That's the hipster section, as my friends called it. But like you go there and it's just a bunch of cheap books in this like there was a middle area where they tossed a bunch of books into a thing and you can like pick through them, but there were also like shelves nearby, and that entire clearance room was fantastic. IMHL. A koi to start a stream. What's surprising? Yeah, what a vinyl. I'm sorry about yesterday. I hope you enjoyed Eureka nonetheless. I didn't know that it would be so difficult to like help someone else level because of the level gap. But if you get to level 20, we're in the next area, but you get to level 13. That is pretty good progress from 5 to 13. Well, from 4 to 13. That's pretty good. I felt really bad, but I was like, well, I don't know how to help because I can't level down. You wouldn't be getting XP. We wouldn't be getting XP. He, she, we, wumbo. How to go further, though? Do I just wait for fates? Yeah, you have to do fates. You just kill things like, basically, you kill things for XP, wait for fates to spawn, do your quests, and do your challenge log. Realistically, the only two things you need to worry about, fates and challenge log. Because quests you'll see when they're available. It's just Kryl. Thinking Back to the Future or The Time Machine. Oh, Back to the Future. Challenge log doesn't refresh, right? It's every I think it's a daily thing. Every daily reset at 4 a.m. question mark? Soon to be 3 a.m. No, wait, they adjusted. I forgot. It'll be 4 a.m. again. I can't wait for daylight savings. Truly. Yeah, it refreshes, but that's a good thing. It means that it'll be like easier to do stuff. It changed in Europe. In America, we have. I think it's on the 5th. We have another week or so. Well, I think it's this Sunday or Saturday. Meaning Fausto and I will be 2 hours apart instead of 3. Until basically the next daylight savings cycle for me. Nah, it would be cool if it changed on the same day. Actually, no, it wouldn't. It would not. Because that means Juvie and I would be like 5 hours apart as opposed to, the benefit we'll have soon. Are they talking about getting rid of daylight savings? They say it all the time, but, who knows if it's true or not. Who knows when it will happen? What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? We are 5 away right now? Or are we normally 6 away? I always forget. We'll be 6 away again. Yeah, that's the one. Well, because Poland's 6 away, and I didn't know if you were like, you know. Oh, you know. I'm gonna take a sip of water, and I'm gonna be right back. I need to pee. I need to piss. Be back, chat. Ding. They wanted to switch time zones a year ago and then didn't. I see. Why are you laughing? I think most of Europe is 5 away except for England. I see. Pop it on squat on the lawn. The coffee worked. I actually didn't even sip it yet. Coffee would probably work. Help cleanse my bowels of any freaking hellspawn. The smell of coffee gets you? Me too. Oh, I see. That no. Definitely drinking the coffee. You can borrow some of my Addy if you want to have them more clogged. Yeah, I'll pass on any of that. I'll pass on any of that. He's Central Time. Interesting. Whose hole? Foxhole. Monk, a W. with a fusty blushing emote. Oh, Juby. No, the point is to flush out my bowels forever. Get them all just. Sorry, Juvie in particular, because I know he hates talking about poop. I'm just memeing. It's a Monday. It's a poop day. Bro, I wish I won $1 million. I wish I went to Vegas, won just a shit ton of money, so I can spend it all. Bro, I think Lakari is right. I might have a mental illness too because I want to swipe too, man. I want to swipe. This is a problem, dude. Like, just a 10 roll, please. Oh God, what's wrong with me? What went wrong? Jesus Christ. Gacha games are ruining me. This all started with Tower of Fantasy because it was fun to play for a week and a half. That goddamn game. I didn't even swipe in that one. I didn't even swipe in Tower of Fantasy. I was a god roll. I used all of my luck in Tower of Fantasy. I got every single good character. And the game was trash. They time-gated all the progress. You couldn't get 100% map progress half the time because you had to wait for stuff to get done. The story was kind of mid. The only thing I spent money on in that game was an outfit, was an Eva suit, just so I can fit the vibe of Neon Genesis. It was only for one character, the MC. I hate everything. And then I told myself I won't play any more gacha games, and guess what? Honkai Star Rail. And then there's this new one coming out that looks like goddamn anime Spider-Man. Anime Girl Spider-Man's coming out, and that looks like a pretty good game to play too. It's gonna hit me with the, oh yeah, but you know it's a gacha, so if you want to use this character for this and this, you know you gotta swipe, I'm like, oh great. I can't wait for them to bring in like outfits for Honkai Star Rail characters because that's gonna blow, and I'm gonna blow chunks. What games do you usually play? I'm an MMO player primarily, but like as of recently, I don't really do anything MMO related. I mean, I finally played Final Fantasy yesterday, Final Fantasy 14, because we were doing Eureka, which is very big, like dungeon thing. I guess it's like a whole like different game with the same game. Yeah, usually MMOs. I don't particularly like playing multiplayer games outside of the MMO sphere. Uh, Aside from like party games, I guess, or like survival-ish games. But generally, like shooters make me angry, so I don't play shooters. Except for Destiny 2, but you can call that an MMO as well, I suppose. Tower Fantasy is a game that exists. It is a game that exists. Whether it's a good thing that it exists or not is up to interpretation and opinion. My opinion is it was better off never existing. Prage. Honkai Star is really the only gacha game I play. I'm not really a huge gacha game fan. I played a few in the past. Girls' Generation, not Girls' Frontline. Girls' Generation, dude. Is Tower Fantasy good? I rarely hear talked about it, even among gachas. No. It is not good. Well, I don't know how it is now, but when I played when it initially launched, you were not able to progress some things in the outer world due to time restrictions. Sometimes you have to wait 3 days. Out in the sticks, so I can't really do many MMOs. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I play VR games. Phasmophobia VRChat primarily, of course. But if there's a crazy good VR game, I will play it. Most of the time. The odds are that if there's like a crazy new revolutionary virtual reality game, I will jump on that wagon within the first week of it launching. Unless I am broke. Which is possible if I swipe in gacha games. This is exactly why I don't swipe in them, because I could always find a different game to play. MMOs, yeah. Final Fantasy 14. I played PSO2 here and there, but I stopped again. I have Guild Wars 2 that I can play, but I haven't actually touched that in a quadrillion years, and eventually I might. But for that to happen, I need to have nothing to do, because I don't feel like doing anything new MMO related otherwise. Destiny 2, I played that on and off. This season, I'm kind of done. I do need to do the Halloween stuff so I can get the title, I guess, but otherwise, I mean, I'm max rank, have all the guns I want. I should like get on weekly and get my red borders so that doesn't, screw me over in the end. But I still have an additional season after to deal with that, so not a huge deal. I played a little bit of Warframe earlier last year. RPGs. I mean, my favorite games of all time are the Nier and Drakengard games. I love Soulsborne games a lot. Anything Souls-esque is really fun. Elden Ring, Poggers, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, Poggers. I mean, I didn't finish 3. I didn't get very far in 3, but, that happens. I mean, Bloodborne, one of my favorite games of all time. Single-player, well-made story games, especially by Rockstar, are very up there in, the tier of favorite. However, I don't get the opportunity to play them very often because I'm not going to go and replay GTA 5 for the 30th time on stream. Which is why when I did last replay GTA 5 story, it was with a twist, and that twist was Chaos Mod. Nier sucks. I look at Emil the way I would my own child. Nier does not suck. Drakengard 1 and 2 do, and 3 is subjective. I think it sucks, but I love it. Red Dead 2, Poggers. Red Dead 2, Red Dead 1, maybe not Red Dead 1, but yeah. I like 1 way more than 2. That's fair. That's fair. If you're talking about Drakengard, that is fair. 1 just shows up, it shows its age, but I love how weird it is. I mean, all the Drakengard games are kind of like, why? Why did people enjoy these? But like, sometimes I do play games for the story and not the gameplay. Or I guess I should say the lore and not the gameplay. Which is why I played all of the Drakengard games and the Nier games. Right? Like, Nier games are fantastic, especially the new remakes are really, really good. I like city builders and crafting and strategy stuff. Strategy, I'm more particularly going towards here, like Sid Meier's Civilization, Warhammer, I guess. I don't like the very crazy complicated ones. I will never play like Eureka Universalis. I'll never play Victoria or whatever it's called. I'll never play. Those are above my pay grade for brain capacity. I did play Crusader Kings 3. I got it for very cheap. I played it for a little bit. I did. Still a little bit above my pay grade in preference. I played Poland as well, so I played myself. Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense because Poland is me, but like also I meant played myself as in like I fooled myself. Yeah. Yeah. Manor Lords? I don't know what that is. When it comes this is a really weird take. This is a really, really, really weird take. But I actually rather watch people play strategy games over myself playing them because I don't feel like learning them. I just rather see people pop off somehow. I like seeing people be smart. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be smart. I already read enough books in my lifetime. Damn, this shit too funny. I had a queen live for to near 100, being crazy. See, that's a lot. Like, there's just a lot going on there. That's cool, but I'd rather watch that. I don't want to do all the clicky, like finicky, clicky button learning stuff. Too much effort for my brain. Maybe not too much effort for my brain, but too much effort to conquer my laziness, which is layered above the brain, layered around the brain. What are you gonna do for Halloween? Or what are you gonna be for Halloween? Yeah, I don't know. There's no way that Shin is gonna be ready to make the witch avatar in time for Halloween. Well, technically, what I'm gonna be for Halloween tomorrow is I'm gonna be playing Phasmophobia, so I'm going to be a ghost hunter. Yeah, I'm gonna be a ghost hunter for if I did like face cam streams and more IRL stuff, I'd probably be. I could be Dracula. I have a Dracula outfit. I could be Matt Smith from Doctor Who. I could be. I could be 2B from Nier Automata, but without the thighs, the panties, the basically everything that isn't 2B, I can be. So I have the blindfold, and I have a gender bent hoodie that would equate to 2B. No ass, no 2B. Yeah, I don't got that either. So I'd be a disgrace to 2B cosplaying. Ultra crossovers like the X Games and Mountain Blade. Mountain Blade's pretty cool. Back in my day, I loved playing Heroes of Might and Magic. Back in my day. Back in my, like I had the CDs. All right, I had the DVDs. I had the CDs for all those games. Not only did I have the CDs, but my sister flew from Poland and brought the Polish variation of a CD, but it was ripped into the CD, like it was burnt rather. It was burnt into the CD. So obviously, probably not a legitimate copy, but she used to have one of those. And don't worry, I bought a copy later on. So it was to level the game inequality of burning and torrenting and whatever. 33 people recognize my costume at the bars. 3. You couldn't get it under 18 minutes. Civ 5. Science victories. Well, at least it's not a religion victory. A victory of faith. Discs to a game that was deleted from history. I have a couple, but the particular one that I think of that was kind of deleted from, not history, but deleted from the internet. Hellgate London, what the hell? I have a Battle for Middle Earth. I have Battle for Middle Earth 1. Lord of the Rings. One of my favorite games of all time, forever and ever. Forever and ever. I have the goddamn CD, like, cartridge. Whatever you want to call it. It had 4 discs in there. 4. It was one of the first games to attempt FPS Diablo. Interesting. He doesn't like that type of game? Interesting. There's certainly, like, wait, never mind. Different Lord of the Rings. Battle for Middle Earth was the strategy game. Yeah, the EA one. But it was really good, Sag. Scratch on the second disc? Oh, no. Robots movie game adaptation for Game Boy. Robots movie game. You only got 1 CD? Yeah, I have 4. 4 discs. Golem was awesome. Yeah. Golem was really good. Extremely. I'm just talking about the game. Like, the character in the game Battle for Middle Earth. In Battle for Middle Earth 2, Golem was great because he usually has the 1 ring. So you gotta slay him, and then get the 1 ring from him, and then bring it back to your base, and then upgrade to create a god tier character. Whoever it would be. Got the Witch King. You had the one lady. You had Gadriel, and I think she becomes the goddess thing. Girl, lady. Yeah. No, I'm not feeling it. Next. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I still have my Heroes of Might and Magic CDs somewhere. They're all probably in the basement, unless my dad, like, went over, grabbed them, tossed them, and set them on fire, whatever he does with all the things in the basement. I remain fearful that one day he'll just find my box of, like, old PC equipment, and he's just gonna... Lava melted! Scrapyarded! I have some pretty good stuff out, like, in that box still. Plus, I have a backup motherboard, like 3 old GPUs that are probably not worth anything now, but, they're still there in the event that my computer explodes and I really need a computer. I thought about it. I debated just grabbing them, right? Buying a new case, building a new PC out of it, and just having a second PC for going live on that PC. I debated this for a long time. Ooh, Command and Conquer. Nice. Not nice that you don't have it anymore due to a hurricane, though. That probably happened to half my PS1 games. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my PS1 games. I don't know where I know where my PS1, my PS2, my PS3, my N64 Pikachu edition, my N64 normal edition. I know they're all in Poland, so they're chilling over there somewhere. Having the time of their lives. Dude! Quit throwing freaking pipes around. Generally, I like most types of games. I certainly have, like, priorities of, like, what I'd play over another. And then shooters are very far down, all the way down there, where I ain't touching none of that. Because there's only one genre of game that will make me angry, and it's shooters. Shooters make me mad. I need to fix this place. Well, I freaking can't. Also, just reminded me that I need to do my mirror thing, whatever they're called. Forgotten Realm something. The Fissures of Time and Space in Honkai Star Rail. I actually have 2 decent teams now, so it's probably doable. I agree. Yeah. I don't know. Shooters, they're the only ones that make me mad because it's a skill issue. That's just how it is, right? Like in MMOs, you can blame a million things, right? Ping, you chose the worst class of all time and it just doesn't compete for some reason. Skill issue. I don't know. There's so many things you can make up for like all that. You can say, oh, I don't know, I was 1v1ing a samurai. He created a shield and then also like debuffed me and then ulted me and I insta died. You know, that happens too. Right? So like in shooters, if I miss a headshot, I miss the headshot. It's my fault. No matter what. I can't blame my mouse. Like I could blame ping, but like even so, how often is the ping going to be the problem there? I'm just bad at aiming. It's the truth, right? I'm awful. Overwatch was like the only game where I was pretty decent at aim. So it was less of a skill issue and more of a if it happens, it happens, you know? Also Destiny 2, but Destiny 2 is kind of like the aiming's relatively like easy, at least in PvE. PvP, I'm not that good. To be fair, in Destiny PvP, it's more like holding a corner, gunning things down, or using your abilities and stuff. So like, it's not like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm very much so a Call of Duty shooter gamer, right? So I go out, I shoot, and I keep going, and I keep shooting. That's it. Destiny's not like that. You can't. Well, you could, but you shouldn't, because you will die. I had 4K hours in TF2. Okay, well, I was pretty good at TF2. But also, in TF2, I played Scout and Spy. One of those didn't really need aim. And the other one wasn't really about the aiming. It was about outrunning things and then shooting and hoping that you kill them. I played Sniper here and there, though. Yeah, Destiny 2 does have literally aim assist for years. That's my aim right there. My PUBG aim was pretty good. Maybe I just fell off, honestly. Maybe I'm just old. But I don't think so. I actually think it's just skill issue. And this is why I don't play shooters much. One of my favorites I've been with since the beginning is on Steam sale for 75% until the 10th for the 10-year anniversary. Interesting. Well, let me think. What shooters was I really good at? You'll find that most of my shooters that I was actually really, really good at were third-person shooters. APB Reloaded, I was a god. I was like shredding actual free-to-play players. Or not for I was rolling pay-to-win players. Yeah. So much so that they reported me and I got banned for it. Because I was outplaying them with free-to-play guns. They were so goddamn pissed off. And like, APB Reloaded's anti-cheat system and report system was so god-awful that you'll get banned if enough people report you. Because it just doesn't matter. Soldier Medic Scrub. I mean, those are still good. They're all good characters, right? Hit the button again, but if you like a good crafting game... Space Engineers, I do have that. I actually have not played it, though. I don't think. Actually, I might have played it a long while ago, but it was with a group of friends, and we probably only played it like once or twice. And not because people didn't enjoy it, but I think we just went back to only VRChat, which happens a lot in my lifetime, especially with streaming. I go through like, oh, I just want to play variety. Oh, I just want to do Final Fantasy 14 every day and stream only Final Fantasy 14 for the rest of my life. And then back to VRChat for like a year straight, which is probably the better option anyway. And we have our Tuesday variety days. Although, funny enough, usually my Tuesdays are meant to be avoiding being in VR so I can get a little bit of a relax before I get back into VR for the rest of the week. But tomorrow we're doing Phasmophobia. Play games in a PC in VR. Oh god. Hell Let Loose? Oh yeah. Oh man. I liked Killing Floor 2. Killing Floor 2 was a fun game. But that wasn't PvP. Shooters that are not PvP, those can go up. I enjoy those. I'm bad at PvP. BattleBit Remastered, I'm either really, really good at a random moment in time for no reason whatsoever, or I am dog water doo-doo. No in between. And that's just me in every game, though. League of Legends, I'm either going 12-0, or I'm going 0-12. There's no half and half, like, oh no, or half and half is not the word. There's no middle ground. There's no instance where I go 5-2 or like 5-5. It just doesn't happen. If it does, it's because my team carried and I just got some kills from them, thanks to them. But otherwise, yeah, that's me in every game, relatively. In Destiny 2, I'll have random moments where I just go and shred and just I'm like, I don't want to say top of the leaderboard because top of the leaderboard half of the time doesn't matter in certain modes like Iron Banner or something because that's just like objective based and not like kill based. But if there was a KDA, sometimes I do pop off in Destiny. It depends on the map. It depends on what I'm going against, and it depends on whether or not I'm using a shotgun. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. If you can't beat them, you have to join them. And if I have a shotgun as my like secondary weapon, I'll probably do okay. But if you don't know me already, hi, I'm Ico Trash Panda Extraordinaire. I love soup. I hate shotguns. I love coffee, particularly hazelnut. It's pumpkin spice month. I've only had it once. Kind of disappointing. Gotta go and fix that. Let's see. Supernatural's the second best TV show of all time. Friends being number one. That is objective, not subjective. You cannot change my mind. I'm correct. And also, best movie of all time, Finding Nemo. That's not true, but I can't think of another one. Tangled. I sure do love Tangled. Or Coco. I really like Coco as well. But Tangled has a special place in my heart. Gotta love Tangled. Hazelnut creamer in Colombian mocha is amazing. You know, it's funny you mention that because if you switch a few words in there, I've had something similar. I had Colombian hazelnut creamer in mocha. Incredibles. Did you like Incredibles 2? I never watched it, so I don't know if it was good or not. Or would you Mr. Incredible black and white pain emoji me? Not that much? That's fair. I mean, rebooting like old stuff tends to never work out. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't Incredibles 1. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. I did Incredibles was a really good movie as well. To be fair, a lot of those movies were really good. What like the only movies that I didn't enjoy from like Pixar and Disney, let me think. Alice in Wonderland's my favorite in Disney terms. Uh Story-wise, not like I think Tangled's like number 1 realistically, but Alice in Wonderland number 1. Um. Oh my god, I love the Black Cauldron. You're like one of the only people who probably even know what that is. When I was a kid, I was horrified of Black Cauldron. Whenever the theme played, the motif, when like something bad happened, dun, 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 you could think of like a quadrillion things that sound like that. But I was so scared of that noise. And then the dude, when he like started coming to life, the skeleton like king, when he started like really awakening and coming to life, and he like wow and like breaking out and everything. Oh my god, that was horrifying. I want to watch it again so bad. I love the Black Cauldron. What is that? There's an old Disney movie about a dude, a princess, and a dog who looks like an old man IMHO that can talk. Or I guess it might be. I don't remember what they are. It's been a long time since I watched the Black Cauldron, but like, it's so good, but so bad at the same time. Like it did not age well, obviously, but it's so good. Gurgi, yes, dude, I love Gurgi. Yeah, the Gurgi gopher. Back when Disney made new stuff. Yeah, yeah. No, the Black Cauldron was so good. One of my favorites as well. Definitely like my top 5. I would give it like a top 3, but it really didn't age that well. I'll have to rewatch it and see how I feel. I feel like the pacing would be really bad on it now. He gets like a sword, but he's also like this puny, weak, like I don't remember if he just lived in a house or if he was a blacksmith or something. I don't remember the basis of it. It's been too long. I need to go and watch it. Oh, the Black Cauldron. It's just like it's creepy. It's so good for Halloween. Like we should watch it. We should have watched that. That's well, it's a little too late now because Halloween's tomorrow. But seafood rice and it tastes like I boiled it in the ocean. Well, it do be seafood rice, so it kind of makes sense. I remember the Dark Crystal. The one name I'm good at remembering is Fizzgig. Atlantis. I mean, yeah, Atlantis is really good. Atlantis is one of my favorites. Treasure Planet, really good. Doesn't mean it has to be salty. Well, that's true, I guess. Go wash it off. Might have messed up when I put salt in the water by a lot. That's okay. I like salty rice. I'll take some. I like rice in general. If I could have a rice only diet, I would do it. If I could only eat rice for the rest of my life, I would do it. But I say that about a lot of things. Then again, sushi is basically rice with seafood in it, so. You already finished it? You didn't share with the class? Oh! It's fine. I'm not upset. Just a little bit. But I can forgive it just this one time. It was just one portion for me. You wouldn't give me like a spoon of like rice from your meal? Just a spoon? Really? That's how it is? Just a spoon. It could even be a teaspoon. Like, you know I will never share my food because Aiko doesn't share his food, but just like a spoon. Hey, Stargate. Stargate's pretty cool. There's a cool world in VRChat, which is basically Stargate, but it hasn't been updated in about 4 years. 3. The real answer is 3 years, but I want to say 4 because it sounds more dramatic if I say 4. Mume! Armpit. Armpit. You want others to share, but you won't share? What is this? Well, he doesn't have to. Now, look, listen. If you take a fry from, like, my plate, I'm not going to be pissed off. If, like, if you tell me, hey, you want some of my steak? I'll be like, yeah, sure. Do you want some of my salmon? Like, there's fair trade. Yeah, you can borrow a fry, but 2 fries is going too far. This is why I said to Juvie, just a spoon, like a teaspoon of rice. I'll take it. Disney website lists Spirited Away as a Disney movie, so do we count that? No, but no, no, I don't. That's a Ghibli film, all right? The Gibbles, the Ghiblies. Want some wings? I have a bunch my boss gave me because we can't sell them after our Halloween party. We dyed them black. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Wings sound nice, especially spicy wings. Confucius says, "Do not unto others what you would not want others to do unto you." He's so right. I actually think of that often. I think of that quote a lot. Which is why when I hope that people stub their toe, I also basically hope that I stub my toe. That means I deserve it, though. There's a reason I wish something upon someone else, is because I probably wish that it happened to me because it would teach me a lesson. Do not the cat. I don't think Confucius says that, but I'm going to accept your quote anyway. Do not the cat. Did you guys ever watch the sorry, rewinding. Percy Jackson, did you guys watch and or read those? I read the books, watched the first movie. You have to flavor them yourself? Understood. No? Neither? That's fair. Yes? I like Percy Jackson. But, you know, Greek mythology. It's cool. Movies themselves were kind of like whatever, dude. I just like the mythology. So I was more keen on, like, all that. Do not the cat. I can agree that you should certainly do not the cat. Percy Jackson, more if his last name was Johnson, really fumbled it. Yeah, no, you're totally right. Percy Johnson would be way better than Percy Jackson. Agreed. Agreed. Now, if I just did this with my other hand, I'd be doing the Orange Justice. I would have liked Percy. Wrong message. If you immediately know the candlelight is fire, then a meal was cooked long ago. Oma de Sala. Do the Orange Justice? No! I won't do it! You get half. Okay? There you go. Do the other half separately? Okay, sorry. Busted down sexual style. No! Look at my tags. There's no sex allowed here. Or look at my tags? Tags here? Title and tags. Yes. Go look at those. I know, you know, a lot of you aren't streamers particularly, but I'm wondering, I guess it doesn't really matter whether I ask or not, because you guys may not have an opinion on it in any way anyways, because you guys are Twitch viewers, right? But it's very interesting that Twitch allows us to simulcast now. You can stream on multiple platforms at the same time. So it's very interesting for that, because it's like I could go live on other platforms whenever I want now. Like here, YouTube, all of that. Apparently the rule is that you can't do like you can't tell people you're live on a different platform, which is very strange and stupid. But then, you know, you could just say something like, "Hello, my YouTube audience. How are we today?" And then they can't. What are they gonna do? You know, Percy Jackson books with the Egyptians split off, where they're based on an old pyramid scheme. Oh, you can't make your Twitch audience go to YouTube. Describe. To like ends describe. YouTube. It's for the YouTube video I'm gonna do. True. You can't give a link in chat or on screen. Oh, so you can tell someone that you're live on YouTube? I thought the rule was that you can't tell them where else you're streaming, including the link or having it on screen. And they want Twitch chat to be #1. It works. I was watching someone do it for a try and know they can say it. People have bots in chat that cross-post all the messages. Well, that's huge. Well, I know that. I don't know if he's banned on Twitch still. But Destiny had his YouTube chat, his Twitch chat, and his website's chat all in one. It was like Chatterino, but it was all the chats. He would prioritize, I think, his website's chat. Those are some bizarre rules. I mean, Twitch is a great platform until they give you rules about things. My favorite particular rule is the whole like advertisement rules. So if you do like a sponsor, you can only have like a small box at the corner of your screen somewhere to advertise, which is normally what people do anyway. But now there's a size limitation, so it can't be like more than like 2.5% of your monitor or screen or something. I don't know. Do they keep that? I actually have no idea. I don't know. I'm more keen on seeing the drama, and unfortunately, my Twitter does not show when things are fixed. 99.9% of the time. That one didn't stay, and on God, thank the Lord. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. Just say you can't give any plinks. There's nothing that says you can't say, my username is blah, 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 on YouTube, smile. True. There's no fixing drama. Well, once you mess up as a company, what do? You've already lost their trust. Like, for Twitch, you can make small improvements, like the simulcast thing that Dan Clancy definitely pushed. But you're still, like, down here, And, like, in order to... How do I explain this? It's like doing a dungeon over and over again in Final Fantasy. And, like, if you die once, all your progress gets reset, So you have to do it all again. Over and over and over. It's like a roguelike. Twitter won't post about the improvements? True. When will they ever? When will they ever? I think simulcast is certainly a good step in the right direction. My phone's blooping! Leave me alone! I have to hydrate as well. I haven't done that. I have to, like, maintain my hydration levels. I wonder what Faust is doing. He better not be in Eureka without me, or I'm gonna be freaking pissed off. Probably not. I realized that I saw my 2022 schedule on Twitch. So Tuesdays weren't even a thing. And the rest of the days were just variety. That's what it was set to. So I had to fix that. It's all VRChat except for Tuesdays now, which are variety. We've literally flipped the schedule. Because normally it was Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday would be variety. Tuesdays would be VRChat, and that's it. There's one person still doing it. His last stream was yesterday, but it might just be if you're affiliated or not. Well, I know that affiliates have a little bit more like range in allowing an ability to do things, right? Than partners for whatever reason. Probably because they want their partners to just, they're partnered. They belong here. Here. When realistically, I feel like partners should be the ones with more stuff, like more opportunities, more things allowed, because they've already gotten that high. Like they don't have a reason to leave anyway. So why restrict them to being here forever? Like partners should have more benefits, not just emotes and like early access to stuff. They already succeeded to get to that high of a level. They're like, let him do everything else. I don't know. What does it matter? They're more keen on staying if you let them also do other things. You know how it is, right? Especially for me. If someone tells me to do something when I'm about to do it, odds are I'm not going to do it. Usually. It depends. It's like a here and there. Do this? No! I won't do it! Usually. Yeah. Depends, right? Like, cause like, there's always things that can happen. Do that? I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that. What's up, Louis? Yo, Louis Vuitton in the chat. What's up? Yo, Louis Vuitton. Yo. Need more water. Looks like Faust is still Honkai star railing. Very cool. You know what's stupid about Discord? A lot of things. Sup. Sorry. I'm scared about my VR. It's been like disconnecting itself occasionally. I don't know if it's a cable. I don't know if it's like unplugging from the back or what, but it's scary. What's up, Erod? Erod? I don't know. I'm so sorry. My excuse is English is not my primary language. You couldn't tell from my speech. That's because I've been here for so many years. But, you'll find that my ability to form English sentences is not the best. Still doing that, as in following ad size guidelines. Bum be dum be dum. Been using this around, so you'll be expecting visitors. It's actually really funny that you say that, because I opened the wrong page on Twitch, the dashboard, today before stream, and I got all my statistics, and apparently the Aiko Ha emote, the animated Aiko Ha emote, has been used 500 times. I think in the last, I think it was either 30 or 15 days. Not here, but in other streams. And I was like, that kind of feels good. Like, maybe 500 in the last 30 days isn't insane, but for me, that feels pretty good. Like, that's pretty cool. It's like record-breaking or something to me. I don't know. It's just cool. I never suspected to see that as a thing. It's cool metrics to know that people really like that emote. People say weird shit. Yeah, I mean, oh, we got Leafeons, we got Yuland, we got Fusty Lugs. Oh, we got so many people who just say the weirdest things sometimes. Especially Fusty Lugs. What a chatterbox. You gotta hunt them. True, though. It's going pretty good. I woke up today and did not think I would be streaming. I woke up with some stomach problemacies, and I thought that I will just be decommissioned. I laid in bed for 2 hours, thought maybe I should just go and sleep again. Then I looked at the time and I was like, if I fall asleep now, I will wake up at 4 p.m. and ruin my sleep. So I'm powering through 5 or 4 hours of sleep. Feel like I'm going schizo every second that I speak and what I see in the world. But I feel so powerful. Because Halloween is tomorrow. And so if you don't know, my most powerful days of the year, there are only 3 days in which I am the most powerful and unstoppable. Hallows Eve, today, you can make me shit my pants and I'm still going to go live and I'm still going to be hungry. I'm still going to consume people like a cannibal. But it's just your messages. Tomorrow is Halloween. That is the second day in which I am the most powerful. Always. Halloween. Because it's Halloween. I'm the most powerful on Halloween. So Hollow, what's a winter blue? Is that a Polish thing? No, a Polish thing would be like Christmas or something. I'm actually the weakest during Christmas time. Actually, it would be Easter because it's like the holy days. That's when I'm the least powerful as well, because I have to wake up at 8 in the morning and go to church. Well, not anymore, but I used to have to. Birthday on Halloween? Y'all on something? I'm just saying how it is. Listen, my birthday's in December. I am the most powerful during Hallows Eve, Halloween, and there's a third day, but I can't tell you guys. That's the most dangerous day. Keep your eyes peeled. If you ever see me too powerful, just know, that day, that third day of the year, whatever day it might be, whether it's January 3rd or just a random day throughout the year, there's one other day. Not May the 4th. I actually am not a Jedi. I'm a bounty hunter. Captain Igloo! Dzień dobry, TVN 24. We look for eggs. Yaika. I like Easter for one particular thing, and it's the white borscht, which is just white. It's white borscht with egg. Egg. I love eggs. I love eating eggs. Scrambled, not scrambled. This is not tagged as a Polish stream. Excuse me. Is it not? That's unfortunate. I used to have a tag for it. Oh, I removed the tag because Polish people would show up, and then whenever people are home, it'd be really awkward to speak in Polish because I'm like, no, I can't. It's gonna be awkward. You asked me a weird question in Polish. What was that? W radiu. Minęła. Niedobrze, niedobrze. 24 TVN. Na wspólnej. God, my parents used to watch Na wspólnej all the time. And świat, kiepski świat. Sorry. Everyone that is not Polish has no idea what I'm talking about right now. I would watch Kiepski Świat with them until they told me to go to my room because, you know. Gwiezdne Wojny? I feel like I don't know what that is. What is that? I'll probably know. You would have to remind me. Like, I remember the one with the... Was it Gwiazdka? Oh, I do know what that is. Oh, my parents watch that right now. I do know what you're talking about. Jestem shopem. Okay, listen, buddy. Ren and Stimpy? No. It's Star Wars. Gwiezdne Wojny. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought you were talking about this like show where stars, like singers, actors, go against each other in like a competition. It's similar to like The Voice of Poland and all that. You're talking about Star Wars. I hate Star Wars. I hate Star Wars. We did not just talk about Star Wars for almost an hour. I hate that. I hate Star Wars. We definitely did not talk about Star Wars for almost an hour today. Because I hate it so much. Oh, Fusion! Hey, man! Dude, it's so cool to see you here today. What's up, dude? Dude, I love Star Wars Fusion TSK. What's the worst episode out of all 9? So, I didn't watch 7 through 9 yet. We will watch that eventually, soon. JPEG. But the worst one's probably episode 1. If we go from 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, and 3, probably episode 1. The Phantom Menace is kind of dulling, boring. Oh my god, it's Yulin, since we're in the middle of our rewatch. Wait, don't stare champ me. Episode 2 is pretty good for what it is. It's got some good, like, funny moments, too. And it's got, like, some sad parts. 4, 5, and 6, if you say anything bad about those, you're basically, like, a heretic. And then episode 3 is just, like, one of the greatest of all time. IMH. Episode 2 is ass! No, it's not. 1 is worse, though. Nerd lore for an hour. True, though. Hi, cute nerd. Yeah, you're talking to Fausto. Where is he? He's the voice in my head. They are bad. False. Wrong. Misjudged. Incorrect. Wrong. Koyuan was talking so much shit on stream about you earlier. You should have been there. Let's be real. When doesn't he? He's just really obsessed with me. The point is, if people talk shit about you, like, when you're not around, just know that you're living rent-free in their head. That gives me the ego boost I need. You watched episode 1 first? Well, I guess. First half of 6 is grr, last half of 6 is yippee. That's, yeah. I mean, that's all, like, 4, 5, and 6 are, like, good for what they are, but bad for what they are as well. They're still some of the best movies of all time. How do we circle back? Oh, yeah, that's right. Star Wars insults. Just wanted to be dead the entire time through episode 6. Yeah, and then they really did kill him in like episode 7 or 8 or something. Sorry, spoilers. I know a little bit of information. Little tidbits from the internet. When I told myself I won't watch 7, 8, or 9. I know a few spoilers. Some that make no sense, and I can't wait to get an explanation once we actually get there. Seven through 9 are so interesting in how bad they are. I just need to give them... I just need to give them a watch. What are those emotes, man? Listen, man. I'm trying to make a minefield cap so that everyone uses words. And one day someone random shows up and does an entire sentence using random words. Like with emotes. It'd be really funny. It's very degenerate, but listen, you need to understand where I'm coming from. I just want to have this feeling of success where it will happen one day. Some random person. Mandalorian and Andor, I will. Pictionary chat. Yeah! It's so bad now that some people will write a word like funny, and I'll think, oh, is that the word hot? No, that's funny? Oh! So I'm like, they'll say something like, dude, I can't believe how funny it was that people got, like, nuked the other day, and I'll be like, what? Oh, you meant hot. Yes, yeah, it makes so much more sense. Half the emotes are all lowercase, and the other half is all uppercase. Well, I tried to fix it, but... I didn't know you didn't like Star Wars. I kind of came in with a little bit of nerd. Oh no, Dracus, I'm joking. I like Star Wars. That's why we had the whole conversation. I like Star Wars, I do. You poor soul. Hi, my name's Aiko. Take about 50% of what I take seriously and the other 50% not seriously. You could even say 75% you shouldn't take seriously. But, you know, there's some other things out there that are more worthwhile to, you know, take seriously. Maybe just don't take anything I say seriously, and then you might just live rent-free. Rent-free might not be the term there. Like I said, I'm not an English major. Who would be an English major? Am I right, guys? Jeez. Good lord. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. I need to shit my pants after that statement. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Fusion TSK. We have the best of emotes. Goddamn Pringles, dude. Oh, you were English minor? Then that's less insulting. You're multi-listening. Understood. Understood. Background noise. I am the perfect background noise because if you want to just hear someone talk but have no like reason behind anything he says, this is it. This is the channel. Like, you don't join here to have a conversation. You join here to hear me say stupid things, and then you're like, Aiko, you're so dumb. And then I get the ego boost because you're thinking about me. And I become powerful. And then I become Sabathier! Hello! Aiko, you're so dumb. Yes! Dude, you didn't add the apostrophe. Dude, English is such a stupid language. Real or no? Apostrophe. Someone decided they're going to use a goddamn... You guys are just dumb. You guys are just so dumb. You're a genius, dude. So now that has the opposite effect, yes? I think I'm like brain rotting every day that I live. Let's be real. Go, you're so dumb. No, cause you're saying it like memefully, right? If you call me a genius even as a meme, I'll still take it as if you meant it. Especially on days like today, I feel too powerful. Something's wrong. Stop throwing metal pipes! Where are they coming from? There's... Oops, sorry. You saw my thighs. You shouldn't have seen that. Now you have to die. Men in Black. You forgot. You didn't see them. You forgot. That's a good one. Good redeem. Good redeem in it, bruv. Someone trying to learn English, I feel sorry for you. Takes years for us to learn from kids. Yeah. I mean, it's been like 13 years or so. So it's not like I've been learning for like 5 years. I'm just like I'm stupid. It's like what they said, Aiko, you're so dumb. Did you have a nicer outfit last week? Oh yeah, I had the same. Well, it's the same like thing, but whenever I move forward, my tits would clip through the universe. And since that is not the content that I really give out in this stream, it would be really strange to switch over and do. I'm gonna do it anyway, because I'm not gonna move around and you won't see them clipping. So what does it matter? If I really wanted to show off like that, I would just take the shirt off. Hey guys, my name's Aiko. Sorry, I don't know. I love the hair in this one. I would get rid of these though. These wontons need to go. Resident Evil Village on my iPhone 15. You got Resident Evil Village on your iPhone 15 Pro. Wait, what? You can get it on... How? How? I didn't even know you can get those on phone. I had luck. I had so much English around me. I had... Well, like, I have... Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Moving from Poland to England. England's, like, 2 years... It was like a year and a half, realistically. It was like 2 years, I'm going to say, give or take. where I was surrounded by only realistically people who speak English. Even people in the family that I lived with in Nottingham were all more English speaking side than like Polish. But then when I went to Poland, to America, I love raccoons too. Thank you for the follow, Dracus. I appreciate that. When I moved to America, I was surrounded by half and half, right? Because we moved to a Polish town to begin with. And so here's the thing, right? In school, I would speak to people in Polish because they knew Polish, right? And then the only time I'd really learn English is when I'm learning English. At home, I would speak Polish. Kind of pisses me off when my family speaks English to me because I'm like, I will forget the language one day. Don't do this. It like diminishes slowly, you know? Like I already suck at spelling half the time. Actually, that's not true. I'm surprised to say that I'm pretty good at still good. I don't know. ADHD or something. Spit it out! No! What is Oput? Sorry, the song just had a cool beat. Oput! Go Poland now! I would. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Not anymore. Network. Hello! I like your name, that I probably said stupidly wrong. Feel free to insult me if not. If so. If yes or no. I'll be back. I gotta go quickly to the store. Whoa! How you set up VR streaming? You download Steam. Get a virtual reality headset. Mine, for example, is the Index, or you can get the Vive. I don't know if you can stream on the Quest. No clue. Once your VR stuff is set up, you download a program called OBS. OBS Studio is the bigger and better one because you have like all the wicked cool plugins you can add to it to make things more awesomer. And then you click the go live button once you connected your channel, and then with your VR headset you can play and have anything you want to be streamed, such as in this case virtual reality chat. You got Quest 3. I don't know if you can just know how to VR. I would assume if you can plug your Quest into your PC somehow, then you can stream by capturing the thing. I'm not sure. Quest 3 is selling for $500 on eBay. That's cool and all, but like, you know, there's a lot of other things that I can get for $500. Like, that's let me think. Let me calculate here. So if $10 in Honkai Star Rail is almost 10 rolls, then realistically $500 is almost 500, maybe even more rolls because you get bonuses, right? So I can spend $500, and then with that I will get. Hey, you can't sleeper that. They just added another redhead to Honkai Star Rail. What are you gonna sleeper that? There's another redhead. You got Stell? Well, I do have Stell, but you know, it's I hear it's just free. I'm not sure I would even use a VR headset. To me, it's a waste of money. It depends if you want the VR experience or not, right? So, like, when I first got my VR headset, I used it all the bloody time. For like a year and a half straight, I used my headset. But then I stopped for like 5 months. I only used desktop for VRChat. I don't even remember why I did that. I think I was just too lazy to set up my VR. I was like, it's just an inconvenience to do that. And then I still use VR to this day all the time, basically. Oh, Beat Saber. Yeah, I feel that one. I feel that one. I used to smack my controllers like on my wrist by accident. You think, how could you do that? Well, it's quite simple. When you're going flailing, it happens sometimes. Boneworks is... If you get a VR, there are like 3 things you should play. Boneworks, Half-Life, Alex, and maybe VRChat. Half-Life Alyx, Boneworks are definitely two big ones you should for sure play. There's a new Boneworks, Bone Labs. You could add that to your list. But certainly you would want to add, like... I mean, VRChat's a good one, but VRChat's more social, so, like, that's a up-to-you kind of scenario. You never played Alyx or Bone Zone? Bone Zone! How I fro other time a batu thigat to play half Lijkef Alyx Gravoy gain bitil case to pitch up far items. It's quite simple. You just pull. You pull. I 100% agree. You pull. You aim and then you pull at the item. I do think Boneworks is required play. Half-Life Alyx is like, you don't have to, but it's really, it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay? Leafyons would like to join your stream. Okay. I'll let her in, but if she says anything mean to me, I'm going to be really freaking mad at her. I'm too powerful today. She can't handle me. Did you change your username from Vanini? Wait, you're not Vinyl anymore. You're Vanini me. Vanini me. Are you gonna cry? No, I don't cry. I'm a Giga Chad. When did you change? Was that today? Oh, so you let her in, but when Winter and I invite you to the Wispy World, you decline? When'd you do that? I didn't see you invite me to a Wispy World. Is it my invites? No. 5 minutes before... Brother invited me. Oh, I'm not even in VR before I go live. Shut your dumb ass up. You're gonna be inviting me to a world. The first 10 minutes of me going live, I'm not even on. Like, I have VRChat open, but I don't even have my VR headset on. Yeah, true. I met Winter IRL, so I avoid him in VR now. I know the truth, so that's like the big downside. Dude, she's not even gonna join. What'd she request for? It's because she sent me the message, if you read this, you're stinky. I knew it. I'm freaking peeved. I'm over it. I wonder if I can find this hairstyle, because this is obviously not the base that comes with the thing. I'll remove these. We talk Final Fantasy Warcraft lore for 1.5 hours. You know what's funny is actually I was watching Asmongold. Oh, I'm sorry. Yo, trigger warning, okay? I was watching Asmongold because he was talking about a Warcraft tournament that's happening right now for $100,000. But there was also like some drama with it or something beforehand. I didn't actually get any of the context. Anyways. Every day I want to play World of Warcraft a little bit more. But I'm not really gonna bother with it. That's cool, don't. Yeah, true. Stop it, get some help. Yeah, that's true. No, I've not tried Versus 1999 yet, but Yulin did mention that supposedly there's a whole Dr. Papper thing going on. And I have to play now, I have to. I'm stupid. And then Juvie came in and was like, Mr. Yun, when are we playing Elden Ring? Do you know what else is happening? Let's see. It is the 30th of October, the year 2023. I have no idea what else is happening. Enjoy your shower. Don't slip. Or do, but if you do, please record it. because it would be really funny content. You should upload it somewhere. Censor yourself, maybe, but you know. I was saying that earlier. It would be really funny if I just collapsed on stream from exhaustion today. And then suddenly I got the boost of energy of like 1,000 gods, and I feel like I'm going to smite someone by accident. With the wave of my finger and the whiff of my dick. Suddenly all your thighs are real thick. No. Not Smite. And not League of Legends. Wait. Waiting. It's got a lot of British speaking in it. Oh, I don't like that. Thought you went in like 15 minutes ago, Yoland. I think he was listening to my tangent. Fausto, what else is happening? What else is happening? Do you know what else is happening? 1513. Me. No, I don't know. What else is happening? Sag things. Why are you Sag? What's wrong? Oh, well, I sent it on Discord. Oh my god. We have the communication skills of squirrels out here. Oh, I did see all the layoffs. Yeah, but let's be real. Like, Bungie has just been, like, going down the bungus hole. It's snowing. I'm not jealous about that. I'm Venom C. Oh my god, hold on. Hold on, Leafeons. You currently do not exist. Like, your audio. Leafeons, you're not real. That's so funny. The camera just pointed away from you the moment you showed up there.
Cartoon is yeah, actually like laying in a box right now. I don't know if they see.
Oh, sorry. Dude, what's up, man?
Hi.
Yo.
Sorry, Ted. What?
Fausto, this is in. Fausto just said, "Can you stop being British in front of me?" He doesn't like it. I think he's jealous.
Did Fausto really say it? Fausto?
He did. In my ear.
I'm gonna beat him up.
What do you mean get online?
I gotta fight him. He's starting shit.
Yeah, in it, bruv.
I'll go fucking.
I woke up in a steamy mood, yeah?
Asda, yeah. I'll fucking take you to Asda, yeah. I can't believe it. I thought Fausto was a nice one. Nice, actually talk.
Fausto the nice one. Oh, please.
So
oh, please. Glorbus Glebus.
Glorp. I'm gonna glorp.
What's it saying slurs to me right now?
It was so fun. Whoa! What the fuck? No. Why did I join?
That's like the one thing you shouldn't believe. Fausto would never say a slur.
He's gonna say and I can't believe this, Fausto.
He says sorry. It's okay that you're British. Continue. Step on whatever that thing is.
Talk about what?
What was it? They said it.
Go on.
They said it. I don't have full body, actually. I can't.
Go on. Oh, what happened?
So I put them in the charger, but one of them stayed on, and because one of them stayed on, it decided to disintegrate and uncharge itself, even though it was charged into the other charging thing, which was charging. So only 2 of them charged! I slept for 4 hours. I had a stomach problem when I woke up. I wasn't gonna go live, but I feel like I'm on crack cocaine in like the worst like term, and I'm gonna crash and burn. And I'm gonna shit my pants. I did actually before stream. I had the craziest shits. It was crazy.
Do you want to do a maths map then? Because
a what?
I just feel like there's like a map and you have to do math, and it's meant to be a horror map, but it's not a horror map because it's like.
I'd rather do a meth map, like mathematics. I'm really bad at math.
Bro, you're better than me. I sat there.
There's no way.
What fucking odd number was. Do you know your odd and even numbers?
Yeah, but like, yeah, I know that. But once you hit me with like the prime numbers and like the divisible by things.
Bro, I literally laughed because I was like, "There's no way they're gonna add in more stuff, and it's gonna be shit I don't know, and it's gonna be like, oh, what's your 13 times tables?" I'm like, like I can't do it. I can't. I could do my 2s and my 3s, and then I'm done. That's the real horror map.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
true.
just finished that big horror map. That Fears one. I finished it and I'm shaking.
Shadow Wizard Money
Wait,
Gang. We love casting spells.
oh my god, they're making me.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Yo, we should do Phasmophobia tomorrow because it's Halloween.
Halloween's tomorrow?
Halloween's tomorrow.
Time goes fast.
What you mean? It's the
Yeah.
30th of October.
I'll be down.
Were you gang signing? I'm gonna get banned.
No. I'm just. It's not. It's that gang sign. I didn't know.
Well, I don't know.
Sorry.
You're like,
No.
yo,
Do you-
Glorp gang.
Do you know? Wait. Do you want to know how to do a British greeting?
Yeah.
Okay. Do the peace sign. You know, peace. Now flip it around.
No, this is an insult, I thought.
Oh fuck. Okay, you know. I've been making people.
I lived-
To, like,
I
flip
lived
off
it.
the chat. Yeah, but I know if you remembered.
It's like,
now I just imagine you got on the streets like.
that's what that's what they did.
Oh God.
I was what? How old was it? Like 14, maybe, or 13 years old. That's what they did. They were like, "Oh yeah, you want one?" Right? So like,
Toxic teenager.
they
Oh my
were.
God.
I
wonder
didn't
if
do
you
it.
had
They
British-
were.
I wonder if you had a British accent. Oh my god.
I actually did not. I'm sad that I didn't have an accent. I wish I had some sort of accent. Don't say it.
You-
No.
Dude!
No. No.
Say chocolate.
Chocolate. Yeah, but I don't say chocolate. Well, I can't say chocolate or dog. My sister says that. I'm so jealous of her speaking. 'Cause she's like, yo, we got the dogs, but we have to bring them to the vet. It's like, I wish I could say chocolate. I gotta say chocolate. Chocolate.
See that? You say because you say chocolate. You're like chocolate. You know, chop. There's a in your vocabulary.
Yeah, but say water. Yeah, but I say it with a D.
What? Yeah. See, that's American water.
No, but it's an American accent, but it's not a good
Water.
one. It's not a
Say-
good accent.
But it's still not. It's a portal.
Say what?
Portal, like Portal 2.
Portal. Yeah, portal.
That's
Portal.
how you fucking
Portal.
faking it.
Portal. Portal.
That's it, portal.
I actually had a friend who like pronounced the T's properly. He's not like British or anything. He's just Polish, but like he was born in America, and he says the T. He says like water and stuff. I'm just stupid, I guess.
Water.
Yeah, I say water. Water.
Water.
Water.
Water.
Water.
I need the water. I'm gonna go down to the deli and I get some water. And I'll go down
Do you
to
think
the-
Australians
to the
Texan
outlet.
British? Do you think it's just like countryside British?
Bro, what the fuck?
Hey, boy, what the hell, boy?
Bro, what the fuck? I heard that before.
Why you pose like that was so pooky? What the shit do you what are you saying to me, Ron?
Huh?
What do they say? It's because I went like this. This is my common pose.
How you supposed to-
That was
what does
so
pookie
pooky.
even mean? How supposed to pookie?
I'm about to
What does
pookie myself in
even
the head.
mean? What
I
does that mean?
don't know what that means.
You guys ever pookie yourself?
What is that? Why would it?
What?
Dude, these goddamn Zoomer terms are pissing me off. Gat!
I don't understand it.
I'm about to bust
I
up.
don't know what that means.
You wouldn't get it. Sounds like poopy. That's what I did today, like 5 times.
Yeah, was it like sloppy? Was it like
It was like
hard?
mucusy.
Like... Oh.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Did you have coffee?
When bro calls you pookie and buys you lunch and buys you dinner, bro, I don't want none of that. I just want soup. Like really, honestly, like just soup. Drives you places. I'm the designated driver and then kisses you like kissing. What the flip is going on here?
What the fuck? Guy,
Yo, people are on
Guy.
something today. Huh?
Hi, guy.
Oh, hi.
Guy. Yo, guy.
I'm Guy. Yeah.
Do you have a fear of tubs, like a bathtub?
A favorite?
A fear of a
Oh, a
bathtub.
fear.
Or actually, fear of cleaning. You know, a blutophobia. It's a horror world, and it's just literally called Tub.
What?
The description is ablutophobia, which is like a fear of cleaning.
I'm not afraid of
You know,
like
again,
showers or baths or cleaning because I did that yesterday. I actually did clean the bath yesterday. Funny enough, but I do have
Oh yeah.
a very select fear, and it only happens and applies when I wash my hair. So every other day, it happens every time when I'm washing my hair. And you know that like once you're done, you have to like you gotta rinse it off. So you go into the water, and you can't open your eyes because there's water and like shampoo like falling all down your face. My fear is that while my eyes are closed, a ghost is behind me, preparing to just like penetrate me anally, and I can't look to stop it. And I'm weakest. I'm just weakest when I can't see. It is real.
I get it. I get it, but I don't know about the penetration. But like, my fear is like someone could like stop, go like like that movie scene. Something could like peek out your shower curtain. But no, you're just worried about something going in your asshole.
Yo, I don't want anything in there.
Well, it might help you clean it out.
No, I don't want. I don't want that. I don't want anything cleaning anything out. I don't want anything in there. The only thing that should be happening is things should be coming out of there.
He's afraid he might like it. He's afraid he might like it.
Well, no, because if I was really like keen on trying to see if I like it, I would just like put a carrot into a microwave, heat it up, and then like put it in my ass. But I'm not gonna do that.
I'm respawning.
What do you what? I Dixitone. It is a fear. It's a two-parter fear because it's not just like the fear of that happening in particular, but also if I have to go grab something, I bend just a little bit in the bathroom. I don't want anything in there, man. You know? I fear the ghost will touch me I don't like physical contact of any sort. Where'd she go? No, God, I was not supposed to move forward. I'm gonna move backwards. Dude, I can't move forward.
Why?
Because my tits will expunge.
You're testicular sponge?
Yeah.
Now?
How's it a Monday?
What's happening, man?
What's happening? Oh, I don't know. The weather's like, it's too hot again. And then like, it's like yesterday was good cold weather. And like the morning was good cold weather. But it's like now today is just like now, like it's gone away. And it's like 70 degrees again. And I'm pissed off. I'm going to get sick. And like I have to like think about tomorrow. I'm going to have to wake up. And like that sucks too. So it's like realistically, what is like the real term and condition of like doing things anymore? I hate physical contact, and like everyone's always like, "Oh my God, hey, what's up? Yo, what's up?" Like, don't touch me. I'll eat you alive. I'll eat your hand first. I could be a cannibal. I like pork.
Oh my God, they actually chomp sounds with your teeth.
Yeah, I was chomping.
Oh my God, they actually got chomp. I can't do that. Can I?
Dude, I bet you taste like flubber though.
Braces, so.
People can like eat your fingers, and you'll just be like,
yeah, just gooey. I thought it'd be like green apple, like sour.
Yeah.
There's like green apple flavored like candy.
Well, that's what I feel like.
I'll
Like if you
peel it.
ate flubber, it would just be like green apple flavor or like lime.
How do you swallow? Like, wouldn't that be like hard to like swallow? Cause he's like so glorpy, like it would just get stuck in your throat.
You just cut them, or like just chomp them.
Oh yeah, cause you kind of like you cut. Yeah. Dude, would it kill him if you get him stuck in fluff? Like, when you get those gooey, like, putty things, you get it covered in fluff and it's ruined? What if you just do that? You could grab Flubber and you could make him your keyboard cleaner. It's...
True.
No.
I could do that.
Yeah. You can make him a slave. Dude, what does he even do? He can't, like, if he's alive, he could get, like, a job and then pay taxes. But you could, like, force him to be he could be a pocket pussy. For some people. But You know, there's so many things he could be, but Flabber just kind of be cool and shit.
No, I agree. Like, it's just politics, really. You think about it, right? Because
Yeah,
like
honestly.
they're binocular emoting, and I'm not really sure why. Because my boobs aren't out. It's like a Polish
Sorry.
thing. That
I was grabbing your hair. The Polish thing? Well,
can guys get like
glorb?
phantom tits? Is that a thing? Because like, you can get a
Dude,
phantom
people
dick if
mention.
like
Yeah, like sometimes if people like smacking each other's dick, I get like, ooh, that's kind of ouchy, because I could kind of imagine by the calculations of like imagining like the sensitivity of mine, but imagining in a shaft shape, I can kind of imagine. But like, you could probably feel like, I mean, you got nipples, right? So
no.
they just like, I mean, no.
Oh, I got rid of them. I just didn't want pepperonis on my skin. It was weird.
But, but you're like a portable pizza. Oh, you don't like pizza, so I guess that's
I'm like a
valid.
Ken doll. Yeah, I don't have anything anywhere. My crotch is just flat. Yeah, I'm not even a real person. That'd be crazy, right? What if just like
Who
one
does
day,
that?
like I just disappeared and like no one else remembered me but just you? Like, wouldn't that be wild? You're just like, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't remember this guy? That'd be really funny. Like, you would go
Really?
insane.
No, I feel like that was a movie plot somewhere. Like you're like, remember this guy? And they're like, what are you on? You're crazy. I swear to God, that was a thing.
Probably. It does sound like a movie. I was crazy once.
Uh,
Rem?
crazy. I was crazy once. Rem? Are they calling me Rem? Isn't that the girl? People were like, oh, your hair reminds me of Rem, so I do this. And they're like, oh my God. Hold on.
Rem? Oh, the
I don't know.
I love Amelia, so I can't.
I think the thing sucked, so I don't like it. Very generic. Sorry. I just can't get into it, sorry. I'm not trying to be a hipster. But
About
it
what?
just didn't lure me in. I was like, this is very. Oh, just that anime. Just
Oh yeah, no. I watched it cuz
generic isekai.
yeah. I just watched it cuz they said it was brutal and his death was like crazy and I was like, yeah, that sounds like something to watch and like everything else is kind of blue. I have an Amelia Nezoberry. That's all I have going for. Dude, what are you taking pictures?
Sorry. No, sorry, I was using it as a mirror. Sorry. I scared myself.
Jesus.
Camera move. Oh, paparazzi, very scary.
Yeah, this is Gloop Gloop Gleeb. Glorb.
Do you like,
Glambu.
Glorb, like, it like syncs with its brain hole. It goes. Look, if I
What?
tried to use my boobs for non-sexual means, this is it. Look, it's just funny. It goes. It thinks with its brain. Well, I think with my brain too, but like, I mean, it
I
talks
don't.
and does more with its brain. No, I think you
Narping.
think with your.
My what?
And I don't know actually how I'd finish that sentence because I don't know.
Yeah.
You think with
You
your
were gonna say
soup.
dick. Warrant you.
No, I wasn't gonna say dick. For anyone else, I would have said dick.
True.
But for you, I feel like you have like soup brain in a good way. Cause then you're like, one time you'll be like, you'll watch something and you're like, that reminds me of the thing I just watched. And then you're like, ADHD moment, and then you fall asleep, and then you wake up and you're like, Neo Tomato. And then you're like, and you fall back to sleep, and you wake up, and it's soup time again. Borscht.
I do like soup.
Soup.
Soup
I
is
have
like the best.
I have sausage soup. Well, technically it's like a stew thing.
The last
Steak.
soup I
That
had
has been
was
making my
chicken
stomach
noodle.
hungry.
We'll have some today as well.
I never had proper fully like never real chicken noodle soup. I've had like broth of like a noodle, and I've had chicken soup, and I've never had them like properly together as a thing.
It's like
Apart from like
it's
cup
like
stuff, but
it's the best one of the best soups.
Noodles and
Lately, I
pasta
like
seems
barley
way
soup.
better.
Barley soup is just goated. Honestly, I'm feeling it more than like borscht at the moment. Just like it's a select mood though, you know. It's a really good soup.
Yeah. Um, my mom makes good like leek and potato soup, and it's really nice and creamy. It's so tasty, but
I
then
freaking
she made it
hate
too much
potato
because I said
soup.
I liked it.
I like cream potato soup though.
Was I? Oh, I guess that is like nice creamy potato. Yeah. I've had
K-pop
too much
junk rap.
mashed potato these last few days. I'm sick of it. I don't like mashed potato that much. I mean, it's okay in a little bit, but then it's just too much.
Yeah.
Where's Juvie?
Probably
What
playing
happened to
Elden Ring
Juvie?
with Yuland at this current time. Unless Yuland's still showering, then he's here somewhere. Bless you.
Died. He died. He's the
Yeah.
one everyone's gonna like remember, and we'll be like, whoa. And then one
Juvie's
of us
kind of
will totally
changed.
forget, and be like, whoa. He's changed. He
Yeah,
does boo
I don't
boo
know.
still when I get it out of him. I have to squeeze him.
I don't know. Something I don't know. Just not the same Juvie that I remember. It's really sad. Sproingle her doingles.
No, please. Please. You could bend them, and you could like, you know how you get a slinky, and you like. Yeah.
What if I twisted them together and just left them like?
No, that's distortion. Don't do that. It's not
Oh,
very nice.
oh, testicular torsion.
You didn't solo stuff today, or you just
Yeah, I've just been like solo.
unplanned?
Well, like
Okay.
because I wasn't even gonna go live today, and then I did because I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna force myself to. And usually when that happens, it's a good stream, and I have energy, but from where I don't know. Maybe from my liquid shits from earlier or something.
Sorry, I don't know where to stand. I'm very awkward.
Yeah,
I don't want to get in the camera because you're talking to the camera, but I'm like,
well, I was answering
well,
your
it's weirder
question.
when I don't have a camera. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those days where it's just like, I don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks. I don't remember the lyrics.
Crush your balls. Mods.
Huh? Okay.
What? Don't do that.
Why not?
Well, because it's not. I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're into the whole CBT thing. That one's a weird one. Wait, what do you what? I lagged.
Radio signals.
I'm out of cigarettes. Ugh. How am I going to be Y2K cyber goth grunge pilled now? Ugh. Jeez. You get that one or no? Because I kind of got that one. That's sad.
I think you're crazy. I don't
Does
know.
that mean I'm Y2K cybergoth grunge pilled? If it's such a strong urge to bash my head into my monitor. That's like me, but like I just sniff my monitor. It's like a scratch, one of those scratch stickers. I miss those. Those are good times.
Oh, I love scratch and sniff. There's this
Yeah.
book that everyone would rush for in primary school because it's like it has poo poo in it, and it's like, oh yeah, that's the funny poo poo book where they poop, and literally everyone goes there to try and like rent it for the week. It's like I'm the one with the poo poo book. It was so silly, and it's so
But, like-
news that were ripped out because.
Final shape is delayed till June. That's Destiny stuff. Yikes, that was supposed to release in February, I thought. Oh wait, no, because next season. Wait. Is that even delayed? Because there's a season we're still waiting on. Yes? Explains everything? Sorry, I'm listening to Fausto in my head, so just you know how it is. The voices.
Fausto.
They put me a 6 out of 10
Fausto!
in like Insanity today. They said that I'm 6 out of 10. If Insanity is 10 and like Oh, it was coming out in February. That's a massive delay. If 1 is like perfectly sane human being and 10 is insane, they put me on a 6. Until I told them I didn't play Overwatch or League of Legends in the past few months, then they gave me a 5.
Okay, that's fair.
6? I think I'm a perfectly sane person.
You know what I gotta say to that?
What?
I said a hey, ha,
The feet tag. You have the feet
Oh, it
tag.
doesn't have a
Yeah.
feet tag.
Yeah, it's like
That's
you
the
get
most
the
normal thing anyone could have.
cuz like the feet tag brings in like the really weird people equal like it equates to like when you stream Red Dead Redemption 2 story. Equates. Bruv.
What was equate?
Bequeath.
Where is equate?
Queef.
Bequeath?
Bequeef.
Queef?
Become queef. Dude, ew. What if you maybe okay, the 6 is yeah,
What?
never mind.
Say it.
What
Say
if
it.
you got
No,
like
say it.
mucus
No,
and
say
then
it.
like you queef? Does it just like splork? Like this is.
You want me to tell you?
I'm just
hard
curious.
Details? So, technically, when you're on your period, because the period is just like mucus, it is mostly mucus, and there's like blood stained, which is why it looks like blood. A lot of mucus will shut out at like small things like sneezing, standing up, waking up. So if you fart, so basically when you queef, technically it's a fart that moves to the front because you're sitting down, right? It happens. So you fart. Yeah. So
Dude, that's crazy.
it's disgusting.
So
But
like,
it, it sucks.
did you hear that there's a? This is not my proudest time to talk about Poland. Did you hear that a Polish alcohol brand hired or wants to get Alinity's yeast, vaginal yeast, to make beer?
Oh yeah, dude. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. The way they also emailed them, I'm not gonna be surprised that it doesn't have any of their yeast in it, and it's literally just like cheap alcohol they got. They put in their own bottles, and they're just sniffing a bunch of YouTubers like yeast stuff because like other they asked others. So I'm not gonna be surprised if they're gonna either sell that on to like black market shit, creepy people, or just keep it to sniff themselves, just for that power high of haha, I got your pussy juice. Because they could easily just get any cheap beer, put it in a bottle with their own sticker on, and just say, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I
bathwater.
think it's that.
Kind of
I
makes
think that's
sense.
just the case, honestly. I don't think it has like. I bet it has none of her juice in it. They're just sniffing it, or they dipped it in like once.
Do you think people like? What do people primarily do with like gamer girl bathwater if they get it right? Like, do they actually drink it?
They drink even though they want not to, or they sniff it and jerk off. That's it. I can imagine.
Chug. They get herpes. Milk. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Oh, okay. Put it in the bath and lay in it. See, that's what I was thinking. Why don't you just like at that like? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. The internet has become so degenerative. Like, I don't function anymore.
Bro, it's just like, anything you could talk about, anything like.
It's
I don't
gotten to
know.
a point where like when people are genuinely sexual towards me, I laugh instead. Like if someone tries to be flirtatious in a sexual way, I think I would laugh instead of like taking it seriously. It's a problem. I can't take sexual things seriously anymore.
Some people are kind of a bit like. It's like I can't tell when things are a joke sometimes. Like, even when it's just like feet jokes and chat, I'm like, I can't tell. If
Oh
they
yeah,
mean
like
that or
Fausto and
not.
feet.
Or-
Yeah,
Yeah, Fausto's such a degen.
he is.
Fausto.
I agree.
Fausto, I just sucking on my toes. Just like, I woke up and he's like.
Yeah, no, it's just what he. Yeah, it's just what he does. He's always
Yeah.
like, I've never,
Exactly.
I never sniffed my screen so fast before.
So I got zoomies. I'm like. I gotta stay so.
It's been 1.5 years. We are past the joke. Well, I've already said that like there's anything like anime related in style looks pretty good. So even feet look pretty good in anime. It is what it is. Like
Like they're drawn so well, and sometimes
exactly.
with the right style, they can look really cute and chubby. Like you know, you look at
Yeah.
their nose, and you're like, oh, your nose is big and round. You just want,
Yeah, you want
it's
to eat
like
it.
seeing like toes. Yeah, kind of, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like you just want to like pinch it or something, and it's just like I don't sexualize them. I don't get horny from things. I
Drawn
just
feet are
like
nice to look
you
at.
just gotta
Exactly.
admire the little things.
I'm
Yeah,
not
or sometimes they
gonna
have like
jerk
the
off to
coolest
them though.
socks. Yeah, bro, COVID's changed people. People want sex into anything. Man. I can't talk about kneecaps without people being like,
You
knees.
are hard coping. I'll let you know when I jerk off to feet, and then we'll talk about it then.
Yeah, that's a challenge. This is homework, guys. Jerk off the feet.
Yeah, go
See how long
everyone,
you last. See if it feels right.
everybody. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you'll find that it'll never happen.
Okay, yeah, do it. Yeah, do it. It's a
Yeah.
race right now. Do it.
Everyone else do it, and then
Go,
I'll
go,
tell you
go.
when it actually turns me on.
I would never get. I just like yeah. I will scroll a million feet, and I can't just say.
It's, yeah, I just rubbed one out. It was feet. Yeah, I'll let you know. And the thing is, it'll never happen. You know why? Because there's no way that feet are gonna turn me on. As a matter of fact, they'll probably turn me off if I ever get turned on to begin with. Please do not announce on stream when you're jacking off. Well, why not? People do it all the time.
Bro, I joined XQC stream, and he's just like, dude, I just fucking jerked off. When did you guys do? Like, he was talking about his
Dude.
schedule for jerking off. He's like,
Dude, I just milked my
do it, like, 3
snake.
times a day.
Dude.
Dude, people who do it more than once are insane, though. I feel people are like, I don't know. I can't
Well-
go into that because people probably do it like 5 times here.
There are
I don't
VR
know.
chatters who admit that like before streaming to like de-stress they would do it and then like go live. They've said it before. Do you think they washed their
Yeah.
hands or they just got like Dude, what do you mean yeah?
I used to, okay, but I won't go. No, I'm so nervous. I don't care saying, oh fuck it, I'm a grown lady. Yo.
That's okay. I used to
But,
take
like,
like a
I
shot of
don't know.
alcohol before stream. So I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, like 3
Then I
years ago.
realized it kind of messed me up more. So. Anyways. Oh my god.
You
I'm
wouldn't
looking
tell
at-
someone you saw a boob and liked it while being serious? That's because they're all funny. Sexual things are just funny now. That's what I'm saying. Nothing turns me on, it just makes me laugh. He did like 7 times in one day. Glenn did that. Glenn rubbed it off 7 times. I can't even tell you the last time I did. You know why? Because I just don't. Fitting emotes. Physical form. I never have and never will. Do you need help with it? No. We can roll back to the physical.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, god damn it.
What the fuck did I do? What is going
Well, I'm telling them that I just don't do it because like I don't have a reason to. I don't get turned on. I'm content with not
Sometimes
feeling
cheesecake
sexual.
is better.
Yeah, sometimes cheesecake is better. So Ramus is like, "Do you need help with that?" I'm like, "No, let's roll back to the physical contact thing. I don't like being touched as it is, let alone down there." Dude,
I don't know.
I have gone to the Cheesecake Factory. It's mid. Sorry.
I want to go. It's not good. I was talking to a winter about America, and they're like, "Oh, Cheesecake Factory." I'm like, "Oh."
Well, like, cheesecake is fantastic. Cheesecake Factory is like, it's a gamble. You either get like the greatest cheesecake of all time, or like get one that was put in a microwave for some reason and then like iced.
Oh, what the fuck?
Which that's just what it tastes like. So it's like cardboard. It's like hit or miss. If you like the gamble like I do, then yeah, you can go.
If you ever go to the UK, go to a place called Heavenly Desserts. That is sex. That is sex. I don't care about sex where you're sweating. That is sex. It's so good. There's like melted butterscotch milk and stuff.
That's okay. I sweat when I
Okay,
eat
actually,
food, so
it's like, ooh.
It's like the equivalent.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, Bloodborne, another one comes out, that's your sex.
That might
Your
reactivate me.
sex is personal.
Yeah. That might truly react. Yeah. Just like I can imagine.
I mean, it generally might be a hormone thing. I thought about that. I'm like, sometimes it's like as we get older, our hormones are different, and like,
I think
especially if you're like,
unironically, I just released like all of everything that I like needed when I was younger. I just think that's what it was. I just it's all gone now. I don't need it anymore.
maybe you laid an egg.
Yeah, I think I just laid an egg when I was younger. And like now I'm too old and everyone's like super horny. I'm like, you guys are so cringe. Tosses a rock at your foot.
Stop being horny, fucking boulders you to death.
Baldur's Gate. Yeah, people who play just to do the sex. Yeah. That's why I don't want to play with other people. Because they're going to do that. I'm going to play Baldur's Gate solo. Huh?
What are you doing there?
Oh, this is my
Dude.
this is my stomach. I'm just blumbing it. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong.
Understandable. The degenerate. You disgusting creature. How could you
What'd I
say
do?
such horrible things?
Oh, the thing where I don't care if you're British. Don't do it in front of me.
Can you believe this?
Sorry.
Not the Gwibblers.
He do be gwibbling these
Did
days.
you have fun in the fears map?
No.
I do think it's funny how many people do think I'm into feet.
When you got to the
Liza
house,
P was
I was like,
Bloodborne
"Oh,
2. I
God."
wish it was
And then we
Bloodborne
were in the
2.
closet, and I was like, don't
I
make
should
the
play
same
it.
mistake I did because I sat down in the closet and just. Phew.
So-
It's dumb that it disqualifies you. 'Cause it's like, what do you do?
That's
Also,
another thing that
it's like
empowers
in the
me.
closet. If you sit there,
The
entire
meme
time,
of, like-
nothing happens.
Yeah, Aiko's definitely into
You can
feet.
literally
It's
just
been like
sit there.
3 years now.
But you have to leave the closet eventually. It's just supposed to be like, oh, are you sure?
I should start just unveiling random like emotes and stuff and talking about like armpits and see like how much more people will be like, what are
Yeah,
you
the
doing?
one room that you went to with the pipes, I didn't get that.
It's just funny.
That was fucking terrible.
I got the interview, and then the lady like went over to the table, and she was just like this,
Armpits are the next phase.
and I was like,
I mean, they draw it in a
"What?"
way where people
And
will
then,
be
like,
into
the
them,
lights
right?
turned off, and I was
Here's the
teleported
thing, right?
back to
This is
spawn.
another like real versus like 2D like drawn stuff because anything could look good when it's drawn. It is what it is, especially in anime format. It's just
Tried,
anything could
I
look
haven't been,
good.
like, up until just yesterday, I actually slept at a reasonable hour.
by
and
force.
have
I was
been
really
trying
mad
to
and
do-
I yelled at him.
He's lying. He said he was going to sleep, and I'm like, me too.
Yeah, he actually went to
but-
sleep with me.
I was trying to do something because I was like, no one's on at like 1.
Armpits are the next phase.
a.m.
Whoosh.
Only you.
Holy smokes!
You wake up normally.
No,
all
no.
I don't know.
Normally in
I don't know
hour
what 6
times,
a.m.
but
is.
like
Look, I don't know what
For
6
you.
a.m. is, but like for me, I'm like that's like actually early. It's
start
2
commissioning
pinpoint
art of your
early.
cares, but thug them out a little.
So I was
Rebrand a
like,
little bit.
Okay.
Thug them out. Right,
And then
right.
from there, I was like, what do? I go to Unity and I find this model.
I
And
should
I
probably
try
take a
to
sip of my
make
coffee
a
before it
face of
becomes like
but,
undrinkable.
Everything's outdated. Nothing works together anymore. It's all just a mess. And I'm like, oh.
Just to beat the feet
I need to
accusations?
do this.
I don't need to beat the feet
So I
accusations.
tried my best. I would
Because
look
even
at
if I were into them,
guys'
here's the
videos,
thing. If I was
everything.
into feet, I would have no reason to just hide that.
There's no
right?
like, standard.
I would just be real like, oh my god, my hair.
Your face is stuck.
Oh no.
I have no reason to hide that kind of stuff.
Because suppose you had it. You had it in like.
You know why?
One eye, like.
Because then it would weird people out.
Like, what's wrong with?
So why wouldn't I just admit to liking them if I did? If I'm into something that's weird or like
Yeah.
out of the norm, there's no reason for me to hide that.
I couldn't find it.
It gives me
When I
it gives
found
me
out,
street
the
cred.
desktop- This is literally just because of Index. The reason that
I have, like,
Index.
I
You have
have
to fix
no
the
shame in
index
that kind of stuff.
Or you
might have
can.
told us
Hence why I say that
we-
sex is cringe, and anyone that's into it, openly makes me
Wait,
cringe.
It's okay.
And well, it's more like they make me laugh from how
It's not
cringy it
the-
is. I went to your block, and ain't no one claim you. What street cred?
I want the
Yo, I got
advance.
the street cred. You don't even know it. You don't even know it, but I got the street cred. It's October. Yeah, October is not far from done.
Then it rests like that.
Mm.
Dude, it was.
Oh my god, they flimbo. I never knew they.
Can you believe July was like I still remember being in Vegas like yesterday. The year's almost done, bro.
Right, time goes too fast.
Yeah, I can't wait for December next month
Christmas
when
just
I
a week away.
kill December.
When it's your birthday, and
I
then you get.
don't even celebrate my birthday anymore. I just go live. That's my celebration. And then I guess I do celebrate because my family makes me basically. They're like, hey, yo, cake and champagne. I'm like, okay. I have been to many raves in my time, yeah. I've never taken like drugs.
You know what? I
at a
feel like
rave.
I'm coming back after my
Well, that's kind of a
birthday.
lie, but
My birthday's
nothing
coming
like
up,
crazy.
they're weird.
What kind of cake do you get?
Family.
I get tiramisu.
Valid.
I just want coffee cake or like
I don't know how to
tiramisu.
feel
I don't
about
want it.
birthdays either. I just kind of like. Oh, what
I was
do
gonna
want
ask
for
because I'm
birthday?
gonna
Like,
Molly at
nothing.
one.
I don't know what I want.
Well,
Wait, I
be
wanna
be
put
with
it on
friends
me
or
now.
something.
I
just
never
in
thought
case.
about it. I'm like,
Not
it's
sure what
like,
to
oh, it's
expect?
nice because I could have it as my day, but it's
Be
like,
with people you're
they have
comfortable
to
with,
do it.
just
I feel like they have to do
in
it.
case it goes wrong.
I was just.
That's all.
I don't enjoy it 'cause it's like, oh my god, hey, look at me. And it's just like, it's not that crazy. I didn't even ask for this.
What's a
Like, I have birthday,
tiramisu?
not even for my own will.
Guys, what's a tiramisu?
I didn't choose.
What's a tiramisu?
Wait, they banned? Wait, you can be
Guys.
like an actual Rauhorn.
Dude, you're an aura. Because Winter was like, what cake do you get for your birthday? And usually we get tiramisu or we get coffee cake. Polish coffee cake. But-
I love coffee cake.
Winter's like, what's a tiramisu?
Wait, that's so cute. Aw.
Key lime pie? Ew!
Literally.
Ew! Key lime pie?
My god.
I would order. I
Don't say it with the white girl accent. I'm sorry.
Was I eat a burger in Raw? No. Oh, you were free to
Yeah,
play,
she's
so I had to
an
be like
oh,
cat
wait,
girl.
No,
Wait,
they
what?
weren't cat girl. They were here.
yeah.
Woman.
Oh yeah, that one was an aura. Yeah. No.
Oh wait, yeah, you were an aura.
Or yeah, aura.
No, were you an aura? I thought you were a human.
Yeah, I ate a burger.
Actually,
I'm human on my EU one.
aura-
I ate a burger on my NA one.
What the flip?
I can't grab any.
Guys, tomorrow's the Fall Guys Final Fantasy event or a collab. I might as well not do Phasmophobia and just like only do that. I can't believe Fall Guys is
Keep
collabing with Final Fantasy. I wonder how scuffed it's gonna be considering like how movement works in Final Fantasy though. It's gonna be funny.
Imagine
16
they reworked
collab.
movement, that's how they dropped. They reworked movement.
I wouldn't be mad if they didn't like if they had movement like Guild Wars or something, that'd be cool. Where you can actually control yourself midair.
I think if they ever did movement in some way,
I think they would redo a
that'd
lot
be,
of
like,
things.
A big major patch.
Yeah.
Currently, they're working on most
14 needs new movement at
I
too
think it's been up for,
stiffly.
like,
14 needs a lot of new things, but
years.
we'll probably never get it. Yeah. At that point, it won't even be 14. We'll have like Final Fantasy 18, the new MMO.
I think it's like 10 years. Can't turn this one.
I am a
That's the best.
Key Lime, my fave, stops.
I am a aura.
At this point, they would most likely do a new MMO. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I don't mind Final Fantasy 14's movement and stuff. I do think there are things they could do better, especially with the combat and movement. Two particular things that I am a little bit picky about, but I still prefer mashing a quadrillion buttons on like 50 hotbars compared to like having all your combos in one click.
Was Cap the alien that was singing?
Yeah, he was.
Capitan Igloo.
He
goofy.
just suddenly started coughing.
Yeah. The alarm. I was like, there's no way.
We should play
I was
Phasmo with
like-
Cap tomorrow.
That was like so
Yeah.
creative. I was just like, how did he do this? Because he just kept coming up with new stuff every time, and I'm like, how?
Yeah, he's really good.
Butt day gyms. All right, well, enjoy. I don't know what you just said there, but yeah, enjoy your gym. Gymnasium.
Let me bald your bed.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm gonna assume it means goodbye.
Away from your face.
See you later.
Oh my god, I'm so tired, man. I can't see you.
The bungus.
What the hell? The bingus, the bongus.
The bungus.
You're always floating.
The bungus.
Oh my god.
What the flip?
Hi. Hi.
Slash me shaves your head.
What?
Your head. I
Is it
shaved your head.
hair like
Huh?
Velcro.
No, like the dog. Azumanga fan? Well, I was. But I don't know a lot of. I don't remember
It says it's
Azumanga.
inspired by like Subnautica, and I'm scared.
Nordabur.
Inspired by Treasure.
Calling
Planet,
to your
Outlaws,
mom,
Love, and
hi.
Sea of Thieves. I'm scared. It looks good though, but it's like 2 hours.
Why do you have croissant on your hair?
Well, it's because I'm an aura from Final Fantasy.
Bro, you're a fucking idiot.
Arra,
What
arra,
are you
arra,
worrying
arra.
about?
Your tail doesn't turn right.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
your
no.
cock is so big.
Ah, no!
Can I tie your cocks together? Come here.
Huh?
My biggest fear, cock.
I'm gonna make you not.
What if we docked?
Huh?
I'm
Cat docking.
gonna tie your cables together.
What if we cat the
Give me the
docking?
stand.
Did you know that cats'
What
dicks
What
are
if
like
our
barbed?
tails touched?
Yeah.
What if our tails
I was-
touched?
I learned that in Supernatural.
Oh my god. Mr. Streamer. Oh my god, Sister Mini. Sister Mini, no.
Oh,
you
Sister
can't do
Mini.
this. Oh,
Oh,
Sister
my
Mini.
My tail's so scuffed.
Why?
This little
Is
You
this supposed
freaking
to
broke
look
it.
Oops.
Dude!
Curved.
Yeah, I got a curved one. For real, for real.
Why is it pointing south?
That's just how my life is
True.
going.
Ow!
You poked his face.
Why
Too
you
much for
fucking-
current Square Enix. A lot of people are saying 16 was actually not that good
Why is this 6?
all of a sudden lately. A
Why
little
you-
surprised.
Oh, my cables are strangling
What
me.
are you doing?
Sasageo. You guys ready for like Attack on Titan
They feel like a
final
ghost.
part 3, like the third final part of the final, the finalities? The season final of this
I've
final
heard-
season?
Part 2, part 3.
I heard they might make an anime original ending, which could be a good thing or a bad thing depending on how you feel about the manga.
Good thing I
You
never
read it?
read them.
Don't think
No,
you read it, right?
no.
Yeah.
I got like 3 volumes that I was forced to buy when I was like, I'm not really into this, and then didn't even read them.
I was okay with it.
If you grab the end,
But-
search it for it, but I can't.
I have a friend who really hates how the ending is and doesn't even like me mentioning anything about the series anymore.
Oh, it's like me with Kobayashi, except there's no ending. It's just a terrible anime. Tail whip.
What the fuck is this? Also, what's a tiramisu?
Tiramisu.
It's so cute.
Tiramisu.
Why are you laughing at me?
It's a cake.
Why
My
you
Bruda,
laughing
it's a
at me?
cake.
Tiramisu.
Why you laugh at me? This is not funny. This is not funny. I don't like. What is it?
Tiramisu is very good. Well, it's like a cake with like chocolate and like caffeine stuff, like toffee. How do you explain a tiramisu?
Oh.
Like a dessert lasagna, but
True.
the layers is like the cake is like sponge fingers where they're like really
That
hard, but
sounds
then they
so
get like
good.
soaked up by like the cream, and there's like the cream
the
is covered in
fuck?
like coffee and like liquor,
Oh,
like this coffee. I forgot the name of it. And you kind
I
of mix it
want
with the
one now.
coffee, and it soaks up in the cake, and then you layer with cream, and it layer it again. It's very good. Very
Hold on,
creamy,
hold on.
very good. I love
That's
it.
my
Very
birthday
good.
Actually, my mom's
protocol.
gonna make some soon.
Let's go. I'm screaming without the S.
I'm drinking water.
I'm
Hold on.
screaming behind me.
I
Yo,
can
if you
give
grab your
you
tail,
know.
it just freaks out.
My
Yeah,
tail's a little nervous.
your tail always does that. It always
The
does
bread
like-
didn't cut because it was nervous.
Oh, boobs.
Prosecco, polenta.
Oh no, don't look
Oh
at me,
my
just
god,
look
they
at me.
make a lot of
I
here.
fucked up your tail
I
and I can't
tiramisu the
bring it
most.
back.
Just really good. Like it's
Gonna
just like a
give
fail
you
safe. If
one.
you ever want like cake,
Okay, we're good.
but don't want any like too much cake, tiramisu is
Okay.
the way to go.
You're like punished leaf.
What?
You have an eye patch. Hold on, I broke it. There you go. Punished leaf.
Ouch.
Bippity
You
boppity
look, you
boo.
look like the girl who got semen in her hair in that one movie, and her
What?
hair like went.
What? What?
What?
Oh,
What
what is it
movie?
called?
What
Something about
movie are we
Mary.
talking about?
Something about Mary. So this
When
guy
did you
is
do
like,
this?
okay, he's on a date. He's gonna go on a date, right? And he's like, oh, I don't want to mess on my first date. So he jerks off before, so he's like, doesn't be too weird or horny on it. And like then he like nuts, and he's like, oh, where did it land? And it
Yeah.
turns out it's in his like earlobe, dangling off his earlobe. And like the girl was like, oh, is that hair gel? I need some. Takes it. Went, and it just stuck up
No.
like this.
I'd do that
You
before
guys
Vegas
use-
too.
I was about to say, would you do that?
Yeah,
Well, now I know.
I did on the plane.
Put it in your hair.
Doesn't it smell?
No, no, no. What?
No.
No. It's like
Doesn't
it
smell
dries
like-
up.
Doesn't it
Very
smell like the sea?
dishwasher.
Like the sea, the men of the sea, like the seamen?
Under the sea.
I think I saw a bird.
Bird? Bird.
Bird.
Verge.
Why are you so big?
I don't know.
Why
I
you
don't
this
even.
big?
I don't even like physics. Beard. Hello.
Beard.
Ordinary rock. Thank you for the.
Are you gonna do the
Damn!
Fall Guy
I
stuff
don't
tomorrow?
even if you heard it. Yes, but I need to do Halloween stuff first, so I'm probably just gonna do Phasmophobia, and then I'm gonna do Fall Guys until I
Let's
perish.
go. Let's go. Do you think they'll let you knock players out?
I hope so.
I really want to knock someone off.
Just give us like a grab mechanic to like
Push
toss people.
off. Please. Please. It's gonna be like duty actions or something.
I'm more concerned about like how it's gonna pan out, cause like
Mm.
the movement in Final Fantasy is not the greatest. So like, how in the world are they gonna make Fall Guys? Can we double jump? That'd be cool. What the dog doing? The dog ain't doing
I
nothing.
don't know actually. This Fall Guys is one of those things that this collab is one of those things I have no idea how they're gonna do it.
Yeah. We know that they have like the spinny stuff,
It's
so that's
just
cool.
avoiding. It's just an obstacle course. You just avoid AOE's.
So it's gonna be like,
If
you
it's
think it's
only
just gonna be
that,
like,
it's gonna be
You
boring.
interact with stuff and you pick them up, and then you just gotta avoid stage hazards.
yeah, like if it's
If it's
super
only
leap of
that.
faith, that would kind of blow, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I hope it's not
If they
only
have
leap of
I
faith.
think it's gonna have like some
PvP, they
duty
might have,
actions.
yeah, if it has like an action, I'll probably be like AOE around you. You push people.
That'd be sick. I want to kill people.
I wonder if it's gonna like take stuff from PvP.
They give everyone short range rescue.
Oh,
Just
I would
general
die.
actions.
I would not play it if they have rescue in the goddamn, in the thing, in the mode.
Yeah, I can see.
Please no rescue.
I would rescue
Did you see
you.
that the crown options come in matte or glossy?
Wait, really? Can we dye them or
There's
no?
two crowns. One's matte and one's glossy. I assume you can because they're matte and glossy.
The red party hat comes back. It returns. Red and matte.
But both of them are separate, so you have to purchase with the points that you
It
get.
should have the Pally PvP shield stun. Oh god. No, it should not. What's up, Ordinary Rock? Are you pooping? That was me today.
Have you done the Fears map?
Yes. That's a cool map.
It looks
How do you feel about it? Do you like it? What was your favorite
I
worm?
don't know what the.
It caught me once off. It caught me off guard one time. Really good, but it's because
Which
I
one?
was like, I was
Which
with
one?
Fusion. It was the one where you like
Mhm.
group up with people, right? So like,
Oh,
it was the French German like trenches.
Oh, okay.
And I
Fucking.
was so distracted by the fact that I was there with Fusion TSK that we got separated, but I still heard him, and it was during the
Mhm.
part with the like really tight walls, and I was just going, and then like around the corner it caught me off guard. I was like,
have you seen
oh,
the voice lines with him?
got me.
So is it let you see other players later on? Is it just like the first few that doesn't?
No, that's the only time you get to see like other players.
Oh, okay.
It's all like practically solo. Solo.
I like got up to the level where you were like home alone and you had to get a glass of milk. After I got
Oh.
circled by the bloody fucking intruder, I was like, okay, no, I need a break. I can't. No, I can't
Yeah.
do these alone. It's too much.
I don't mind it too much, but it's like it's hard to make a really really good map in VRChat's horror because there's always gonna be jump scares.
It was a really, yeah, it was a really good horror, I think.
Yeah.
It was really nice. It fucking scared me.
Not that physically, mentally, you're mentally pooped.
Getting
Oh
tackled by a
man.
lead guy in like Home Alone in the darkness, that was probably my weakness. Nothing before that was like.
If they had like put me in under like deep water and I can't see anything below me, yeah, that'd be perfect. I would have been scared out of my mind.
Doesn't it have one of? I figured it would have one of those. I guess you'll have
No.
it later on.
No,
Because
there's nothing.
It did say like water phobia or something on one of
Really? Maybe they updated it.
the names of phobias. They might update it later. They might add it later. I think that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, there was
But
no like.
I'm sure it was in there, in the names for phobias.
That'd be good. Why is Winter Peepo shy? I don't know. Why not?
What's wrong with that? Is there a problem? Are we having an issue?
I guess. I don't know, man. Why are
we
you
having an
judging,
issue
huh?
here? Is there a problem with that?
Huh? We got a problem? Bottom
There's a problem
behavior.
with that. Come here and stop me right now. Here you go, fucking
Whoa!
docking. I dock my fingers in front
Mine
of
won't
you.
even touch.
Absolute bottom behavior. Bottom these nuts. Triple docking.
Dude! That's sexual. You
What?
can't do.
What?
What is that? Self-checkout machine of horror. What the flip?
We're not going in. I was just looking at the. I found it
What
very
is that,
cute.
bro?
It's a self-checkout machine.
Dude, self-checkout's horrifying.
You're afraid of doing purchases? Like what?
I am pretty scared of
You
it.
wanna go to self-checkout?
The horror is anxiety.
No, it's supposed to be a solo day. I should even
I
be
don't
here.
wanna fuck up. I don't wanna fuck up.
Technically, it was supposed to be not even a stream day.
Do you go? Do you?
The hair kind of blows on this avatar.
Self-checkout?
So does the
Or
tail.
go to register?
That's why I like the raccoon better. So I kind of want like, I want the hair of this avatar without these.
my
What the? Oh, that's the. Oh well, there you go. You found something.
Yeah.
Jesus
when
Christ.
I just do self-checkout. You don't like talking to people.
It's like the tail physics, except it's a two-part ear one.
Oh my god.
My biggest fear is being
Cold
Oh,
pizza out
man.
of the fridge.
Oh,
I was like, damn, today
nice
suck.
antennas.
Zeep balaboop.
Look, he has Wi-Fi now.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Holy shit.
Hey.
Oh,
Why are the ears
I
like
gotta get
this?
your stupid ears out of that caption, bro. I can't read your name.
Dude. That's crazy.
Stupid lung ears.
I could tie them together.
These I want to get rid
and
of.
grab your-
Basically, I want Shin
The
to find
boobs.
this hair somehow. Remove this. Most of this is good. I like the eyes, how they're like sleepy. It really fits me as a human being. So I want that.
Your armpit has a hole in it.
Really? Dude! Watch out, they're gonna accuse you of being in armpits now.
Let me check. Hold on. Oh yeah, there's a hole in here.
Does it look like a vagina in
Holy
there or no?
moly.
It's only
You
when
do
your
have the
arms are
textures
bent
for it.
down,
I
there's a
will
hole.
say that.
Yo, you got armpit pussy? You got armpit
Gotta hope
pussy?
so.
The arm pussy.
It's
No,
so hard
I'm not gonna say that.
Jesus, why is it sweating?
Sorry, I'm just
You know
really
when you make
nervous.
Fart noises with your armpit. Do you think people
Everyone's like
like
touching me.
jerk off in armpits go?
That's a left. Benui. I'm a Benui now. What? Oh god, my ear. I'm no longer Benui. I'm only one Nui.
Your brain is chicken. It's very good.
Oh.
I'm gonna squash your
What?
brain.
Oh, you're right. That's not left.
Eyeballs too.
Hello. Hello, Ghost the Dance. How are we today?
Open your front door. I want to see them.
Fusion TSK said I can deny him anytime I want.
To me. Pista mini. Tickles your armpits.
Magic the Gathering? Is it worth it? Tell me.
Sir, can you see what those?
I'm a Fennec Fox, actually.
Good night.
Now I'm Pyramid Head.
They were floating.
Yo! Fusion?
Whoa!
Yo! What's up, man?
What are you doing, man?
Can't flame believe.
Man, what are you doing?
Why you're...
Where's your flame ball?
Man, what are you doing?
Where is your flame ball? Why can't I flame ball you? What is this?
Hey, what the hell?
There's no flimboing.
What the fuck?
You can grab the antenna. Do the antenna.
I can't grab it.
Why did my eyes become Tokyo Ghoul?
Can't.
Oh,
You're an evil person. Hold on, 1 second.
Sounds
Let me
like
The
a
wind,
scary
bro.
issue.
1 second.
Don't look inside me! Don't look inside me! There's only demons in there. No.
There's demons coming inside me.
There's
love that Mondays are
demons
solo
coming
days?
inside me right
Yeah?
now. I do shit with this ass.
Are you saying you don't like it when people are here
There's a lot.
for Mondays?
You sure? I think there's
Yo,
more than
this
demons
is
inside
glitters
here.
at the back of your head.
There's like 3 people inside me.
It's just very
there's
warm
4
in there.
people
It's
deep
kinda
inside of
nice.
you.
Someone said? No, you said TBH. I love that Mondays are solo days.
Why did I request on you?
Star Wars.
Is this
Hi.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Where is the
No, this is not
war
Star Wars.
star?
I'm gonna
They're looking for your nip
further
knobs.
south. No, I need to go further south. Sorry, just 1 more second. This last.
Further south. What is happening? Okay.
Holy moly.
I'm just gonna have.
It was mostly a solo day.
Guys.
Yo.
Guys, I have
Guys,
something to
you
report.
should see this.
You should see this.
Is that belly button?
You got a belly button in there?
So
Fusion
you got a
TSK,
belly
or you
button?
got a
Yes.
belly button in there?
That is belly button.
You got a, is this
Is it
a...
ticklish?
Whether there's 3 people inside of Fusion on your screen. This is your fan service for the day, so. Hunter main, Fusion TSK getting all the hoes versus a Warlock main named Koyo. Yeah, true.
That one.
I love
just
playing
wanted
Warlock.
You like cleared out my sinuses. That was great.
In a critically acclaimed World of Warcraft.
I don't know what happened. It's like my lungs
Dude, I've just like
exploded.
Are you
depolarized.
okay?
Wait, I can yeah, that
Depolarized? It's okay, you just have to go to
How are
Poland.
you, FSK?
Yes.
Hello, Tuesday.
Dude, I can make wings with
I
this.
found this model, the actual like model of it.
Now I'm an airplane.
Model, and they fixed it, and so I was like, "Wow, I'm gonna get the original model and fix it too." No,
Fancy. Yes.
Fab
no, I
Bill,
tried.
live.
Yeah,
On the contrary.
Huh?
You just like
Helicopter.
froze.
Just shoves it up your mouth.
Oh.
What
Oh,
happened?
I
Does
said
it
Dude,
look like a mus-
I just said
I think
no,
like
and it
they're
just
so lucky they
stopped.
can just suck their own tails like
Oh, I
that.
see.
But no, I
do you bite your
tried
nails, or do you like put
I
anything in
do.
your mouth?
I bite my nails a lot.
You do.
cats and
My
Do
brain.
you think you'd bite your tail if you had a tail?
Yeah,
You
I
just
think
put it
I
in your
would.
mouth like, I'm so nervous.
Because the way to get rid of my stress is to like chew on something. So in this case, I could get gum, but since that's expensive, I just bite my fingers instead.
Tells you how to do it, and all the guides are
Get
outdated.
flubber.
So
Do you
it's
think-
like, what-
Flabber. I'm just gonna get chewing tobacco.
What
do you think about that?
thing you call the puck-up pussy?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
What's a flubber?
Flubber is
I
like
don't-
this like gelatin, but it's real, like
Blender.
alive.
Move?
It's a
alive.
Robin
Ah.
Williams invented
Can you
flubber,
not
and it's
grab
like
my hair
living
anymore?
living
Oh,
jello.
I can grab it. I just can't
It's cool.
grab the
Okay.
front.
That sounds gross.
I can grab the
Not
front.
jelly.
I can grab the
Contrary to
front.
popular
I don't know
belief,
why.
jelly and jello are different things,
They're
and
different.
jam. Jelly,
In
jam,
America, they're
jello.
different things.
If fizz bones
No!
you can grab.
Jelly.
Jelly is gelatin. Jam.
It's a
Jello?
brand
Jam.
of
No,
food.
no,
Gelatin.
no.
Gelatin.
Someone just
I
typed that
mean,
I'm a hunter
there's
man in
some
your
jello
chat.
that's
Ban that
gelatin.
chatter.
He also
Ban
called
that
me a
chatter.
warlock man, so it's like
Ban that chatter. Ban
that's
that
that's
chatter.
valorless. That's that's also a warlock
Yeah,
man.
ban-
Banning that
Valuable.
channel.
Immediately.
Valuable.
Yeah, I can ban them.
Sorry.
Yeah, I can ban them. Yeah, ban them right now. Mods!
Mods, right now.
Yeah, isn't jello a brand? For gelatin?
Well, jello, gelatin is
And
like
blue raspberries on your tongue.
the flubbery substance in which you can like spoon and eat from
Yeah.
a cup. Jam.
I mean, it also
I'm
comes
gonna
in like the
toast.
packets or like.
Well, yeah.
Oh, jam is the different.
Sorry, metal
Oh,
pipe.
Metal pipe. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah, it happens.
I could hear it from you. You okay?
Yeah, does it
Are
go
you
in front of me?
okay?
I think.
Oh yeah, it's not that loud
It's
for
gonna
me.
go that far,
Yeah,
you?
let me fix it.
No,
Okay,
it
there we go.
fails.
You can hear it, but like
Oh,
it's
yeah,
it's
we
like
can
far
release
distance.
proposes.
It just plays through my headset.
It stays behind me, right?
Okay.
It doesn't
Yeah, stay
clip
behind you.
instantly
Yeah,
into my
sit down.
face.
You
Oh, thank
boner.
God.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Shadow Wizard Money
He
Gang.
just- He was. I remember
I get
messing with
terrible
it, and he was like,
reception when you move it.
"No."
Dude, fix his Wi-Fi.
It's my
His
antenna.
Wi-Fi.
Terrible
This is
reception. Oh, okay.
boner. You have a boner too.
Oh,
What?
A
His
dream
boner fucked up though.
I could twist your boner.
Oh,
You guys do not
Oh my
want to know
God.
what's
it's a
happening
bit
over there.
sensitive. I don't think you want to do that.
Do you have you don't have a boner, do you? You don't have a boner either.
Nope.
Damn.
It's in my
No.
title. It's in my
Nobody's
it's in my
got
tags.
Ooh.
I got Wampa
Well, you got like
Lobs.
a stray bit of hair, and I want to like pull it out.
Dude, what the? F-
I love the shape of your hair.
I'm gonna put it on your face, and it's gonna look really annoying, and you just want to wipe it out your face.
I can't see it.
Yeah. Whoa.
wait, that looks really funny. You look like Perfect Cell. Oh my God, it's Perfect Cell.
Oh my god,
Holy
perfect
shit.
cell, bro. Oh my god. That means I got to eat androids. That's sick.
It's really him.
Kame. Oh, sorry.
Ah.
I'm no longer perfect cell.
They're an attack mode.
Now you're a U-wing from Star Wars Rogue One.
Now what am I?
It just looks like you have a really big hat and it has like just a.
I got the
it looks like
swag
you have,
hat.
like, a really big cap.
Wait, this is kind of sick. Like, you could just like shorten it and it would look. Oh god, how am I gonna do this now? Yo,
I can get
Cap
over you.
Gaming. Okay, that's awful. The
Yeah, hold
brim.
on, let me just.
You look like one of those like,
Yankee.
what's it called? The plague doctors.
The brim.
Bends your antenna.
The only brim I'm on is the brink of despair.
No, my signal.
Yo, it's all about the Mets, though, yeah?
Whenever it's
all about the
outside of your
Mets.
antenna, you should make it so your microphone quality just goes down and you just get crispier and crispier.
Yeah, Raru.
Oh,
Tears
that
of
dude,
the
that'd be really
Kingdom.
funny.
It's me, Raru, Tears of the Kingdom. God, I freaking hated Tears of the Kingdom. What a terrible game. It's like Breath of the Wild. Like, who even plays this?
Whoa.
Freaking pipes are falling again.
He's Monkey D. Luffy now.
Do you think Monkey D. Luffy's dick could like stretch on its own?
Wait,
and
it
then
bounces
bro.
off the fucking
impregnate
floor.
anyone
It
who's, like, on the other
reflects
side
off
of
the
it?
floor.
Yeah, is that what you want to happen?
No.
Whoosh. Yo, you guys can play, like, jump rope.
Could. You think
No.
with his-
Oh,
with
we
Monkey
could.
D. Luffy-
Jump rope his tail.
Hold on, can I give you a beer? Kinda can.
Oh, man.
Oh, you look emo. You got,
Dude, I'm like
you got,
Abraham
like,
Lincoln did.
Scarf on.
Huh?
You did.
Cause tonight will be the night.
Sure.
Guys. Ow. You wanna play jump rope?
A new
Wow.
discovery has been discovered.
What? Wait, that looks cool.
Oh,
Oh my god.
You are bald under those bangs.
damn right I am.
You're bald under that hair.
Like, can you like make it overlap one of the eyes like it's like your to be near to be too near B?
Yeah, watch this.
Just turn them
oh.
off. Why'd you do that? You just
Turn 'em-
disabled the streamer. Ah! Oh my god, now you're like near 9S, near 9.
I hate 9S. He ruined the game.
Gah.
9S. Hate that guy. I'm no longer Meowcore. I'm happy once again.
I went in that horror world and I held on
Years.
to the milk with all my might.
Do not mess with those on
Jesus.
stream while the camera's
Isn't
there.
it
My
comfier
sweaty
when you
hand.
hold it? You
My
say.
sweaty hand dropped it.
Uh,
I
no.
was so
Do not-
sweaty.
Do
Do not fiddle with
Did you
them.
get tagged
Do
by
it.
Hey,
the guy?
Hey, what are you doing back there?
Do it.
Yeah, he was a
You're
big
brave.
meat man covered in meat.
You're brave. You brave.
Yeah, I don't know why, but there's a big separation
It was
between
really
the
young. I think I
bones.
couldn't deal with it.
Like there's
Like
back hair 1 just doesn't exist and doesn't work on this model.
Whoa! Don't look. You didn't see it. Psh, Men in Black
Deleted it
flashes
and
you. You
replaced it
forgot.
And created my own and twisted it and did everything. It doesn't work. It
Ah.
just refuses. So now the hair can do this, which I guess is fine.
It can
Wait, that's
fladoigle.
Oh my
huge.
god, you look a troll.
You remind me of the candies that like you squeeze and they have hair. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I
What?
know what you're talking about.
The candies that have hair.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Men in Black.
It's,
You know, Flash.
uh,
You forgot everything.
Oh,
made of
Wait, you're a panther?
German.
Just
who are
it's
you?
been
Who
like
am I?
never-
Oh,
Open
eh,
it,
oh,
like,
eh,
you
eh,
push it
oh,
from
eh,
the
oh,
bottom,
yeah,
and it pushes
ooh,
all the
ee.
candy out
Do you
to stop
think
it
if you
anymore,
get like
because there's,
actually
hair.
wiped, memory wiped by Men in
Imagine
Black
a
thing,
control.
like would you still
Imagine,
act
like,
as
a
yourself? Do you
control
think, or like no?
container, You just when you squeeze it, the hair grows.
No, you
and
have
you're
to
supposed to eat
be
it.
told.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so like,
Yeah.
It's like green and white.
But
yeah, but
If
like, can
they
they really
don't-
take away like
You'll
who
be-
you are?
I guess they do. They
Hmm.
made them forget everything apart from like how to talk.
Well, then I guess I still will
You're
be
a
myself because
beautiful-
I don't know how to talk.
I
Oh,
don't know.
hear you.
I'm literally just staring at.
He's on his
stranger
tippy
men.
Yo no
toes.
sé hablar inglés. Yo no solo hablo
Why am I in
español. No me
America?
gusta.
Why is everybody
No
American?
me gusta.
I'm not American.
Yeah,
Hey.
you're American.
No.
Glad you're not American. You don't wanna be here. I promise you this. The cheesecake is not the worst.
Version that deletes all your neuron connections and you can no longer stand. Yo, true though, that's true. Are you winning, son? Well, winning is a relative term in this scenario, right? Because like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not.
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
Yours
I love my
Koyo.
sleeves.
Koyo, look for a
No,
sleeve.
Koya doesn't have it.
The sleeve leave.
Look a
My
felt.
sleeves just like
Stand
call
here,
people
look
out.
for-
It's just a
Look at
Beetlejuice to me,
Fausto.
like this.
Yeah, no.
It looks like fucking Mirio from My Hero Academia. It removes like the eyes, eyelashes, eyebrows,
Hold
everything.
on.
Betelgeuse.
1 second.
Huh?
It's your armpit. Oh, it is.
I'm
Okay.
flatter than you.
You look at my armpit
All
again?
my male friends have beautiful.
Hold on,
bodies.
bro. Hold on.
Flatter than you.
Important. Okay, you do have. Okay, that's. Ooh.
Have what?
You have an ear texture.
I have a texture?
Yeah, you have a texture for the
No.
ear over here.
Only face.
Oh.
I was just curious if it had, because some models have
Only
it.
eyes.
Oh no, I can't have ears here.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. You don't have. They're not real. They're just painted
I
on
wanna,
with the
stretch
Sharpie.
I
them
can't-
more. Don't stretch.
I'm no longer a
You're like
cat.
Mikote. You're like those Mikotes from the
Freaking-
trailer that
Oh god,
people gave
Mikote.
the 4 ears.
No.
Hold on.
No.
Why is she humping the air like that?
Because like squarbling
Oh,
for that.
Oh, I don't forget.
Fusion TSK, are you into feet?
What?
Yes.
No.
What if
Yes.
they're like
Would-
Absolutely
drawn?
not.
Yes.
What if they're drawn
Like
like
anime?
feet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think those would be better than real feet, but also bad.
Interesting, interesting. What about
Alright,
what
is that-
about
They fall in the same
Redhead-
category,
armpits?
but a little
Yeah, what if
higher.
it's a redhead's like feet?
Redhead Star Wars feet.
You can't just
We
throw
can
keywords in
just,
there
like-
and be "Look, jingles
Destiny-
keys, jingles keys.
Out of Star Wars, what would you rate
You didn't
this?
say no. You didn't say no.
What does? Listen, I'll say this. There are certain like
Freaking
characters
lightsaber toes
and
just
or
ching.
things that will not. They won't turn me on because they're like Star Wars porn. I can't do it. I can't. It doesn't work for me.
I just like
It's
that.
it's
that
something
implies you
different.
tried it.
You just don't like
Sorry.
C3PO getting it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've tried it. What do you think?
Tried.
There
When
was
your
an
search
attempt,
history
I
looks like
appreciate-
mine, you gotta get some recommendations at some point.
What does it
They
look
all
like?
do.
I wanna know.
That's classified. That and even like Cyberpunk or even like
Destiny.
like League of Legends and Destiny. I can't.
He hasn't found the right aliens in Star Wars.
What
Bro,
if, like,
You gotta find the
3CPO
type.
Yeah. What if 3CPO
Guy's a robot.
like, takes their like mechanical shell off and it turns out they have like boobs underneath?
Yeah, what if R2D2 does the thing where it like hacks into a
We just
door?
watched that on Saturday. It doesn't have
That's
any
true.
Oh no, but under the cables they're just hidden.
You watch Star Wars?
boobs. Under the cable.
Yeah,
tiny
we've
boobs.
been watching every Saturday at 4 p.m. EST in the ICO Discord.
Keep their mask on.
Which one are you on right
Very
now?
interesting.
Well, we finished The Phantom Menace, one of the
Very
worst.
interesting.
So now we're on episode 2.
It's okay. We're on the way up.
What's the Phantom Menace? Is that the first one?
That's with Darth.
Next two
That's
movies are
episode
good.
1, yeah. With Darth Maul. I mean, I don't
Movies
think
are
it's
really
not
good.
bad. Like, I didn't
Good,
hate
good.
Phantom Menace, but like, it's sleeper, realistically, right? Like, that's the boring
Well,
one.
it's
Go
very-
to
it's bad.
sleep.
You could say it's
Yeah.
bad.
Well, I don't think it's
But
bad.
I like
I
that
still
there's
like
more
it.
to it.
I think it's bad.
I think that's the one I started with at first, and then I just didn't
I
get
think it's
through
bad.
it.
Well, Cap apparently
one's
said that 2 is bad, but I think 2 is pretty good. We even get family drama in that
For all
one.
the things that Cap and I agree on, we've had some lengthy conversations about Star Wars, and we disagree.
He does hate 7, 8, and 9 a lot. A lot.
Thoroughly.
I struggle with taking those movies seriously.
That is fair.
It's ruined for me.
That is fair. I don't know.
Co.
Other shows. Ico. Good one. Then you have to put the yo at the end because it's Ico yo.
I
call you
you red.
Okay, not the red. Not the red.
What
Alright.
tickles my ears?
What if I just? What if?
TTV?
Would you be okay? Now we're going too far. Now we're entering a weird territory. You forgot the VT.
Underscore VR.
VR. Coyote.
VRTuber VR
Mierda.
Kisu the red.
Whoa!
Oh, sorry.
Cálmate, mijito. No digas eso.
Oh, sorry.
¿Estás pendejo o qué?
Spanish?
Pendejo.
Pendejo? What? Did I say that?
I want you to say pendejo.
And then
I used to say because in Polish we have the word
Ja.
horse, which is koń.
Ja.
But a
Ja, ja, ja.
Spanish speaking dude, I don't know where he was from, was like really offended. He's like, "What did you just say?" Because I said koń. He thought I said maricón or something. I'm like, I don't even know what that means, brother.
You see this?
I don't even know what that means.
His boobs are sagging. You see that?
Dude, fix them. Coño. Coño.
Coño.
Coño, no digas eso.
Ponyo.
Fuck,
Oh.
bro.
That's a good movie.
Stop. Stop swearing.
Ponyo's a good movie.
Conjure portal.
Stop these. Stop these.
Conjo.
Deja de decir eso. No digas eso,
Mierda.
que te cae mal.
Cállate la boca.
Cállate la boca. Ahora,
Cállate.
Sergio.
En nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo.
Parlez. Oh, je suis baguette.
Parle.
Wrench?
Eh?
Bro.
Oh. No, no, comme ci, comme ça.
Ban the streamer.
Comme si, ça.
Comment
je
ça
mange
va?
je mange
Comme ci, comme ci,
je
comme ci,
mange
comme ça.
euh,
Yeah,
je
German, Jovi, Zaboubou.
Oh.
je mange du boubou.
Oh,
je mange
guten.
German. Ja, zo.
Je m'appelle
Deutschland.
Linguist.
Ja,
Guten,
ich habe
Lieten,
eine-
Achtenhogen.
No, German boy, don't go into
Meine
that
Mutter ist
cave.
eine...
Oh my god, this is cave full of ice and bundel.
Scheiße.
No!
Ich esse, Butthole.
Bundel.
Okay, dude.
Anti-baby-pillen.
Wrong language.
Anti-baby pillen, I love
It's
that.
a real word, I can't.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Don't put me in the Krankenwagen.
The Krankenwagen.
The Krankenwagen.
Not the Wissenschaften.
Italian gibberish. Hey! Oh, and a babbity boo. Oh, God.
I know Italian, but I only remember the swear words. That are really
Oh.
not good.
Che cos'è?
Oh no.
I think cosa is okay. Cosa? Cosa.
Hai visto Luigi? Mario! Hai visto
In the
Luigi?
whole country.
Troppo tardi.
Luigi.
Curva.
Whoa! You can't sing that word.
Dole.
Bobber kurva.
Dole. Horbarka.
Bobber.
Kizimizi.
What are you doing to me?
Kizibob.
What are you doing?
Kizimizi.
Fusion TSK, what is your opinion on the state of affairs in Destiny 2 and Bungie Entertainment?
You're a stupid creature.
I have sworn silence
You're
until
best stupid creature
more things
ever.
are posted.
Kizimizi.
Understood and respected. I'm gonna have an opinion instead.
Sorry.
God, I hope
No
this
way.
is the end of Bungie.
Whoa,
Sure you do.
relax,
No, I
brother.
don't. It's time. It's over. Honestly, Marathon shouldn't even release.
Just shut the game
It's
off.
so
Turn it off
Yeah.
right now.
Just close it. No, done. Turn off the light. Close the light.
Cancel next season.
Close
Cancel
the
Final
light.
Shape. Cancel episode 1. Cancel
Final
episode
Shape.
2. Cancel episode
That's
3.
crazy though.
Yeah,
That is
honestly,
such a delay. Oh my god. Yikes.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I'm
they should sunset Destiny 2. Yeah, true.
Dude, but like, what are they
I
gonna
don't
do?
know, man.
Like, the season was gonna end in February. What are they gonna do?
What?
For that long? Another season?
There's
He's
no. So they're either gonna do
Oh,
the
okay.
same thing they did last time when something like this got delayed, and they're just gonna make it like a 9-month season, and we're all just gonna cry and play Final Fantasy instead.
Bro.
Or
Bro.
Or
they have some other content like a 30th anniversary type deal that can tide us over. That's not gonna happen. Fun fact. The other option that's most likely gonna happen is we get a 9-month season. Final Shape comes out in June. But when it comes out, they announce like, hey, by the way, in 2 months from now, we're gonna release all 3 episodes worth of content at the same time. And then the Bungie or the Destiny 2 Twitter account will get turned off,
yeah.
and there'll be no more twids. And,
Yeah.
And then the community managers are gonna be like, all right, guys, end of life.
Crush
Yeah.
your balls.
No.
That's what's gonna happen. Unless there's some major changes, but I don't think there's gonna be some major changes.
Oh.
I think this is
Stop.
if they laid off 50 to 60 people, like is the estimated amount after
Yeah.
being bought by Sony,
Cleaning your pipes. This is a
then
toilet.
Sony has no interest in keeping this game around.
Plumber. I'm plumber.
That's depressing. That's depressing. You think they just want like Marathon to just go
Plumber
full,
water in his mouth.
just like full fledged? What you're doing?
Say
Whoa!
You okay?
It's not the
You
first
Oh,
time
you
he's
have a
on.
hole in your armpit too.
Hey. Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, I'm gonna pick rock.
Okay.
Rock,
Yeah,
paper,
yeah.
scissors, shoot.
Paper, scissors. Wow.
But I told you I'm picking
Crazy.
rock. Okay, I'm picking
Like a
scissors.
toilet. And you put your rock in the toilet and clog it.
Huh? Oh, you just reminded me. When I was in high school, school, you know the high school boys' bathroom stories?
Yeah.
So the boys from my classroom, they grabbed a bag of rocks and gravel and they just put it on the toilet and they flushed it. They just clogged it like up to the brim, just full of gravel, bro. Like
40 to 50 feels tiny for
felt so bad
Bungie.
for whoever had to clean that. Like,
Oh, it's
who
tiny,
does
but it's
that?
enough to delay the expansion till June. That's kind of
something
insane.
else in high school because they were just like you'd be in an exam and you just hear a guy going and like for the whole way and you're like
What the?
I
Yeah?
had that. Like I was
Oh.
in math
No,
and they were just like
my
making loud moaning noises. It was fucking great.
my class had a student who they had a couple issues.
Oh, same.
So at one point, I think it was chemistry class. He just started
Where did Fausto go?
wanking it in the middle
He's
of
still
the
in the
class.
world?
He was in the middle of the class. He wasn't even at the back of the classroom. He was in the middle. He was in the middle of everyone. He just started like. He started saying.
There was a
I went to a fairly bougie high school, and they gave us iPads.
Oh my
for,
god.
Like, it was a paperless school, so we had an iPad to do like all of our homework. So there was no paper,
Hell yeah.
and it did have access to the internet. And in the beginning, the internet was not well maintained, so somebody in the middle of class was just watching porn. And the IT guy literally came into class while he was watching it and just grabbed him and the iPad and took him into the office.
Oh my god.
It was like 3 minutes. 3 minutes from when he clicked on the link to being pulled out of class.
Were you like sitting behind him, or was it just a loud porn in the middle of the class?
Dude, I wasn't in the class. It was my friends told me about it, but
Oh, okay.
I was in a class where a dude was watching porn and jerking it off in class. And the teacher pushed the desk and saw it.
I told you not to tell anyone I did that.
I'm sorry. Sorry. For all this
You just
confusion,
reminded
it
me
seemed
that
to be
there was-
it's in good faith. Where am I?
No, there's always the group of people who are just like doing a bunch of weird shit at the back of the class.
Yeah.
My group of like guys, weird guys, were just watching porn all together, like at the back of the class. But just a group homie session, you know?
What a time to
I
be
don't know how
alive.
people can watch that together. Like it's just so weird.
It's just
like,
like
oh,
it's
I
for
get
the
this.
story at
Oh,
that
I
point. I
get
feel
this.
like.
Yeah.
It's all about the lore.
Yeah, the
I miss
lore.
the weirdness. It was funny. I just laughed at my
I
homies
do miss
thinking
like the
about it.
social aspect of high school.
Hmm?
I do. I miss the social like high school aspect of things, and like hang out with people
Yeah.
after. Now no one's around. You know, you can't hang out with half the people because they're working. They're working. They're doing something.
I do miss my little group. We still talk, but I just miss like hanging out with them, like IRL. We would go to restaurants and just eat and talk shit.
Oh. You guys are so social. I had to sit with the teachers and play Rummy Cub and Uno, cause my group were like really toxic, and they were like, "Oh, you play games? Are you a boy?"
What the
And,
fuck?
like,
Are you a real
their
boy?
Their boyfriends would talk to me, and they get so mad. They're like, "Ugh, what's she trying to? Who does she think she is?" Like, dude.
I'm so stupid.
I just
She
wanted
got
to
that
play little
pull.
games.
Boy?
My group was like the nerd group.
Bums. I don't care.
Passive
about
Weirdos. It's like hentai. Why watch it? For the plot, of course. Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
remember like weird high school things? Like they would say, if you do this and push it together, this is as much as I can do for VR. If you put your hands like this and push your fingers together, that's the size of your vagina.
Oh yeah, no, my
Dude,
said
mine is
that was
huge!
just, just like,
Oh my god.
bro, this is so big! Holy moly, this is way bigger than. Never
The
mind.
the Glimbosaurus.
And then and apparently that's the size of your penis is from here to here. I don't.
I've heard.
That's
this
like average,
already.
right?
Penis is pretty okay. My penis is okay.
It's like average.
He's big. He's bigger than average, right, guys? That's bigger than average, right? Right, guys?
Yeah,
That's like double average, right?
I can't believe you got the light cone.
Huh?
As soon as I said I was gonna 10 roll.
What you do?
It's not fair.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh my god.
Sensitive on the.
My index controllers are gonna be here Wednesday.
You have to what?
Let's go.
Oh, cool.
Your finger.
Oh my god.
Among Us.
Oh my god.
What are you gonna do with your fingers? What are you gonna do with your
You don't want to do bone math?
Masturbate. No.
I don't want to do anything mathematical.
But it looks so fun.
I'm glad you
Oh, you
find
want the math
mathematics fun.
I want to, but he's also
I
solo
Oh.
day.
like maths.
It was a solo day.
I actually
It was.
I was
And
a
then
part of
tomorrow I'm not gonna be here, I don't think. So I'm
a
like,
math team at high school.
You have to be here because phasmophobia. But afterwards, you're gone.
I mean,
He's
And Fall Guys.
yeah, and then
Fall
afterwards
Guys.
I'm going.
and Fall
Don't
Guys.
bully him.
Fall
He wants
Guys.
to do math.
Nerd.
Yeah, I saw you struggling with it, and I was just like, that looks like fun, but because like the friends that you have there.
Yeah, when
Should do it on Wednesday. Just get a bunch of maps to do.
Cat, what the fuck? Stop that.
Bone math.
Hi. Hi.
I'm bad to the
Hello.
bone, to the
Hi.
bone
Hi.
marrow.
Hi.
Bye bye to the bone. Bye.
Hey.
Huh?
Eh?
Huh?
You would have fixed
Say
too.
Lo siento.
Thank you.
You have been healed.
Lo siento mi pene.
Eh.
Lol.
Lol.
Penne.
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 Penne pasta.
Don't sit.
Pende.
Pende.
Penne pasta.
Eh,
Average.
Pendejo.
Hey,
Bendejo.
back there.
What are you doing back there?
Pendejo.
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 Depende.
Pendejo.
I love that.
That shit
Yeah,
Bunch of
depende.
pendejos.
Pendejos. You get.
May
You'd
Llama
go to.
Fusion.
Joe.
May Lavo Fusion.
Está la biblioteca.
Donde.
You won't believe how you say fusion in Spanish.
You're so white.
KSSO.
Queso. Queso.
No.
Queso
Wait, how do you
mango.
say fusion in Spanish? Is it just fusion?
Fusion.
Fusion.
Oh!
Where, yeah. Just pronounce it.
Hasta luego.
I'm basically bilingual now.
Yeah, dude, me too. I'm like trilingual now.
I love tortillas. I got some.
Mr. Worldwide.
But a 305.
Stop.
Fusion, let's go to let's go to South Africa. South Africa, let's go.
Huh?
Why South Africa?
What? Okay, my bad. Let's go to let's go to Bermuda.
It's actually funny you say I'm going on a cruise to the Bahamas next year.
With me, right?
Frijoles con arroz y queso.
I'm getting an invite.
Oh, okay. Well, it's cool to see you.
No, dude,
No, I
Bahamas.
don't even know if I can handle a cruise. I might
Come if
get
you want. I
seasick.
don't think you would enjoy that.
No, I would not. I would
I
not.
thought you were afraid of water too.
Well, I like beaches, right? Like I swim in deep waters all the time, right? But like, there's like a limit, you know? There's a limit, right? So like, if we cross the limit, I ain't feeling good. Yeah. Ow.
Oh.
Let's buy some shoes. Let's buy some shoes. Let's party.
Let's go to the gym, buddy.
Peaceful Mexico.
Let's go to the gym, buddy.
We can take it over the border.
Ew, the gym.
I need more bullets.
I need more bullets. I need more
Need more
bullets.
bullets.
I hate the gym,
I need
dude.
more bullets.
You go to gym? Do you go to the gyms? Gym? You go like?
Hell no.
Yeah, I don't either.
Frijoles is such a funny
But I don't go because I don't want people looking at me, and also like most gyms here are swarms of TikTok content creators in quotes.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know, like there's
Oh,
so many
no.
people who just record themselves working out now in like the gyms. Well, I don't want to be on that. All right, I don't. I could be funny content if I
don't have
mess
enough
up.
blood in my body.
Blood?
He does.
I don't have enough blood.
But like, what do you mean? Like,
It's just
I
like
was gonna
just
say,
'cause
does
he
anyone
have to
have
work
a-
out?
I'm anemic.
Are you really?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that for that too. Yeah, yeah.
Not
I didn't know that.
really, because
We learn something new every
I
day.
don't have enough blood.
beans on them, and
Well, like,
just
do you want some of mine or?
It doesn't have frijoles in the name.
No.
Oh, okay.
My cousin is too.
I'm like O negative.
No.
Same family, but she's
That's
too,
not me.
Oh, okay.
too American, and she says tortillas, and I'm like.
I actually don't think I'm O negative. I think I'm
I
probably
could
A.
take that.
You could take that. You could.
Are you A? Dude, I'm A positive.
Oh, dude, I'm not positive about which one I am.
Man, that is a really funny joke.
Ha ha
Sounds like you lost an electron today.
ha! Oh, that's a good one. It's more like a chromosome.
Oh, dude.
I lost. What? I'm stupid.
Normal American accent.
Oh, never mind. No.
I'm dumb.
It's also
Like,
really
really.
the same.
Blah, 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 blah. Fail them exams. Guys, please. The only exam I'm ever going to fail.
Exams.
Yeah, exams.
This guy said exams. Exams.
Exams. Yo, school? Yo, you know what last time I did an exam was?
What the fuck?
11
Not
years.
dropping out?
Lol.
Dude, Lamau? Actual
Hello?
education?
Having a degree? Huh?
Oh my god. That's so cringe. Actually successful in life?
Yes, I love it.
Even with a degree at these points, you know, it's kind of like
Mm.
barely even succeed in life with degrees now.
Have you
What's
seen
the
the one
point?
that Bisha has? No, that was Glenn.
Same.
Oh, yeah,
I wish someone like randomly showed up during that point and just heard us talking like that.
Dragged. Oh, and then just
There's just like perfect moments.
Same.
Perfect moments, you know? Dude, what so the
real.
podcast, you ready? Tomorrow, right?
That's so real.
I'm sorry, I can't stop.
Punches you in the kidney.
That's,
But dude, don't. My kidneys are really good, dude. I went to a nephrologist once. I got my kidneys tested, and they came back. They're like, dude, your kidneys are like really good.
Oh. Cannot relate.
so if you need a transplant,
And I'm also dead,
Oh.
and also we
Oh.
have the same blood type.
No, please.
Oh.
Then
you can have one of mine.
If I had a pair of boobs.
You cannot have his kidneys, those are mine now.
Which is listening, please.
Because I will kill him for his kidneys. And then I will eat them.
please don't kill me.
Like a vegetarian steak, but not
think
vegetarian.
about this. Think about this. If you kill me, no podcast.
Oh, we gotta do the podcast. We gotta.
Nerp, 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 nerp.
It's never happening, is it?
That's how it works, dude. Unless you want to be the host, you want to be the chatterbox host that always talks all the time to
Do
everybody.
I look
in
like I
social-
talk? Do I look like I talk?
You want to do that?
Do
you
I
wanna
look
do
like... No, because I don't talk. I
Yeah.
don't talk.
Yeah.
Fusion just
But,
get...
yeah, you want to be social for an hour and steering all the conversations and.
Fusion just get... What is
people
your opinion
questions
on the current... See, I already asked you about Destiny. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. So,
I don't know what's happening yet. All we have is people saying, "I'm sorry you got laid off," or I got laid off," or I wonder what's gonna happen," or "Is it really delayed?"
I need to know. I'm not gonna say like, oh, this is the end of Bungie. They're gonna turn off the servers in 20 minutes. It's just Jover, guys. I'm so sorry. It's Jover. I don't know yet. We're gonna find out. They'll put out something.
It's not a Destiny podcast. Well, it doesn't have to be. It's gonna just be an everything podcast. Yo, Fusion Cheese, what's your opinion on Magic the Gathering increasing prices of their cards?
When I start, I usually like to have like an hour.
I really don't think that's gonna matter because everyone they're gonna still buy the cards, right?
Well, there you go.
Those are
I agree.
Those are
There's still,
mega
yeah.
whales.
Yeah, they're still gonna buy it. You
Don't
can
buy
you can
that.
increase it. They're gonna buy them anyway. What does it matter?
I don't mind. I would have
Destiny
maybe they'll
doomed.
inflate like the cards that are rare.
If the cheaper cards are more expensive,
Then the rarer cards get more expensive too.
feel like this
right?
is
'Cause
Post
they're-
Malone's
they-
fault.
They gotta.
Because he bought the
Post
One Ring
Malone?
card. He bought the One Ring card for what is it, $2 million? 1.2 mil?
wait, he bought that?
Yeah, he bought it.
I didn't know he liked that.
I didn't either.
Huh.
Post Money Malone. He's a
Okay.
like, super nerd apparently. It's cool. I like his music.
Huh?
Yeah.
Ah.
Would you spend 1.2 million dollars on a card?
On a card?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I could have all the money in the world.
There
I'd
was
still
a
not.
drink.
A
On
drink.
the if you remember the Star Wars cruise,
Of the Star Wars Hotel.
I want to go to the Star Wars hotel.
it was like 7 gajillion fast bucks.
Per night. And
Yeah.
there was a drink.
They sold at the bar. Hold on, let me pull up the details about it.
Star Wars Hotel.
You would buy the card?
Drink.
Why? What are you gonna do with the card?
It was the Kyber Crystal cocktail.
Kyber Crystal
and
cocktail.
one drink, one of them, was $5,000.
Why? Why?
So
Why?
it was $5,000, and I when I saw this shit, if I'm drinking something that costs $5,000 in a hotel that costs like $4,000 per person per night, that shit better actually give me the force. I better be able to actually make a lightsaber out of that.
Bro, the cup has to be made of the glass or cup has to be made of gold. Like the drink needs to have some gold in there too. You gotta have the ability to have like to make the force happen.
The reason I was asking is because there was
I better glow in the dark for like a year.
when we did the maze one.
Dude, that's true.
I joined for the maze because like.
That was very Italian of you.
That chatter is banned.
And then you did the bone.
The chatter is
I
banned.
don't know if I should join because you were waiting.
Fortissimo.
I was like, oh what?
It's okay. I was
But I wanted to join.
Fortissimo 9, the Destiny 2 shotgun in the kinetics line?
No, we
From
can
Vanguard
see. We're
Strikes?
talking about Destiny again.
You don't have to do it. You could just say that.
We
But you said a
can't.
keyword. You said a keyword.
Oh.
You
Oh.
can't
Why
say
does
the
this
name of
Titan
any
main
Destiny gun or else
care
I'm
about
gonna say it.
lightsabers? You're a Titan main.
Do the bomb thing, but someone speaks in their native
What?
language.
Huh? This guy's trolling you? You're just falling for chat room
Dude,
comments?
oh, I got one guide.
Is this your first time
Jeez.
streaming?
Oh, it is. This is my first stream. It's not going
It's your
too well.
first stream? Okay.
Yeah, I've been like
Let
really
me
nervous.
invite my fellow Twitch chatter Dixon Cider, and I'll have him.
Yo!
donate, yeah.
I've seen Dicks Insider before.
I bet you have.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Bet you have.
That's all I know.
They didn't sell kyber crystals at the hotel either. It's like $7 billion dollars a night, and they didn't sell lightsabers.
It was like the
What a piece of shit. It's closed down, by the way.
Dude, I would have a purple lightsaber.
I used to have a purple one. When I went to Disney World when I was like 9, I built a double-bladed purple lightsaber.
What
and now
the?
it's lost forever.
You can. What do you mean it's lot? Where?
I think it got sold. I think my parents sold it in a garage sale.
I'm so sorry.
But it's okay. I have 3 lightsabers now.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I have 0, so yeah, it's cool. I have a katana forged by.
Does it light up?
Well, if you hold it to the sun, it kind of does light up.
Yeah, it's kind of a lightsaber.
Dude, I had
Double
Count
lightsaber.
Dooku's, I had Luke Skywalker's, I had Qui-Gon Jinn's, I had Obi-Wan Kenobi's.
Literally
What
not even
is it
one
now?
lightsaber. Literally not even one lightsaber.
I haven't had Borscht. I don't have it. Guys, we're talking about Star Wars.
1 second, guys.
How many
I found the
lightsabers
board.
do you own?
I don't have Borscht.
I
Oh
found the
my
board,
god,
guys.
your entire face is beard. Look
Oh yeah,
at him.
the darkness like
Whoa,
consumes me from this side. That's why I'm facing that way.
We should drop the maths world so Faster gets to try it, but you could stay in the spawn space, which is just a cute little graveyard.
Dude,
You could still carry on.
Graveyard. That's Halloween. Graveyard.
are you gonna do the map?
Graveyard.
Yeah, I'll do the map. Unless you want me to stay.
No, it's fine.
It's not like
No, it's cool.
Done it.
No, it's cool.
If you want to chat about something, because I can't do math because it hurts my brain. It makes me feel stupid.
Alright,
Okay,
the
you're
nerds
not-
can go hang out with the math, and then the jocks will stay here and talk.
Yeah, us real
Bro.
chatty dudes, guy, man, bros, guys. Yeah, yo, look at those geeks. Yo, you guys doing math? Oh, yo, let's put them in a locker.
Imagine not having.
And I was like, what would
Yeah,
it be?
imagine not having black socks on right now.
Yeah.
What a
Look at these.
lame, what a lame,
game.
lame.
Yeah,
Look at her.
Yo, imagine having.
It's green.
It's green.
What the fuck?
Like a
Bro.
miscreant.
Guys, do you like stock images of skeletons? you guys
Not
like that?
particularly,
Game.
but
Boner
Oh, you're
game?
gonna love this.
yeah, I'm not doing this map. Just an FYI. Do they have my black crystal? Bro, they probably have nothing there. Well, now they have nothing there at all, but...
Weird fusion TSK.
Boner game.
It's so fucking
God, I'm so
scary.
fast.
Oh my god, the lighting actually fits you.
Yeah, actually, the lighting's pretty swag.
Zoom.
I'm so fast. Look at me. I'm like Qui-Gon Jinn in the Phantom Menace.
Extra red.
Yeah, but he
extra, like,
dies.
Scarlet red.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's the
Whoa.
idea.
Sorry. Oh, you want to? Oh, I get it. Oh my.
Because we're in a graveyard and there's
Yeah!
skeletons and
Hi.
Yeah.
it's all.
Yeah.
Winter.
Yeah. Okay. My turn. My turn. Yo, I'm like
Boners.
Anakin Skywalker in episode 6.
There's many boners.
Eh?
This is my boner farm.
Yeah,
Good boner.
that passes.
Night twisted.
Yeah, that's a good one, right?
Do you want to do math?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
I love
Yeah.
counting.
Yeah, dude.
That's so
Oh
funny.
yeah, dude.
He likes counting.
Yeah.
God, what a streamer. What this guy? Oh my god.
Yeah. God, I'm just so sad. I'm just so sad.
God. When are you gonna watch The Mandalorian?
I don't know because Fausto is like. Maybe I'll just do it when he's asleep because he probably won't be interested.
God damn it, Fausto.
He missed episode 1, episode 6. He missed most of it,
That's
right?
okay. That's fine as well.
Episode 6.
Yeah.
The
He came back at the good part,
yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I did.
and then I fell
Oh.
asleep a second time during
don't
it.
even make a house. I just carry everything on me.
You can skip the first 3/4 of episode 6, and you can skip
Whatever.
episode 1.
I guess.
Well, episode 1, yeah, but like,
I feel like I did this with somebody else. I didn't even have them watch episode 1. Like we started at episode 2,
that doesn't make
and
sense.
it worked out.
No, because you still
No, it
need the
worked out.
Anakin like intro, even though it's like a ratty, bratty
No, you
child.
don't.
But like you do, because
No,
like,
you don't.
but you do.
No, you don't.
You
No, you
do.
don't. What you know what the opening to episode 2 is? The
Yeah.
opening episode 2 is
They're after
is
the
Anakin's
bounty hunter.
nervous, and then they're literally saying like, "Oh, I haven't seen Padme in years since I was on Tatooine." And
Yeah.
then Padme's just was like, "Wow, you've gotten so much bigger." So you can just infer like, "Oh, he must have been a child at some point." I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Would you live on Tatooine? Would you?
Hell no.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. That's a lot of sand. It's too hot, coarse and dry. And not particularly a sand.
Dude, they have
sand.
to farm moisture. They farm moisture on that planet. That shit sucks. Oh my god.
Dude, you just zoomed. Leafion's just zooming. Yeah,
Let's see if I can catch up with Fausto. Fausto's like gone through the map so fast. He's doing math.
Well, surely he gets it done
Math.
fast so we can leave. Because this place sucks.
Are you afraid to
Why?
try math?
I am. I am afraid to try maths. I am.
It's
You
just,
like
it's just
math?
odd and even numbers.
I do like
It
math.
starts like that, but I got.
What?
Huh?
It's okay. You
Logos
do better
painted?
than me because I count with my
What?
fingers.
No, listen, man. I don't do mathematical equations of any sort for a very good reason. Very good reason.
Why?
It's just.
I'm bad at
it's
math.
Just count this in this order,
Oh.
and it's just odd
Yeah.
numbers. 1, 2, 3.
Math heart emoji. Yeah, do not math heart emoji. Mods?
Yeah, ban that cheddar.
Yeah.
Ban that cheddar.
Yeah, that's not. We don't do that.
Mathematics. Jesse, we need to
Math
talk
is great.
about-
Mods, unmod him. Unmod him and
Decide
ban
to
ban that guy. No, we don't do math. No. Probability and statistics, calculus, we don't do that. Trigonometry, no. Yeah, math is for nerds.
Whoa,
we do
whoa,
math.
Whoa, that's
Whoa.
racist. You can say that. You can say
Yeah,
that.
well, listen, everyone's a little bit
Yeah.
racist. That's just the truth of it. Like even if you don't acknowledge it, it is
Okay,
true.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Yeah, like
That's kind of true.
you know what I mean? Like
Like, have you seen the shit he says to me?
fusion? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
You see that? You seen that shit?
Well,
Like,
he's a redhead,
it's
so
uncalled
like,
for, bro.
well, his
Yeah.
character.
So,
Whoa!
You see this? You see this?
You can't just assume his gender.
Like, completely disrespectful.
Huh?
¿Qué es esa?
¿Qué es esa? ¿Quién es?
¿Quieres?
La criatura.
¿Quieres? Whoosh. ¿Quieres?
Whoosh.
¿Quieres?
Welcome to the Bone Zone. You ever gone to a like what are they called? You ever been to one of those?
To one of the. Yeah.
Yeah, Sky Zone. That's the word. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like a trampoline park. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Defy. It used to be called Defy Gravity.
Yeah,
Prime.
Defy. Yeah. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
I used to go to that. Yeah.
I want to go to
Yeah.
one. I want to go to a Sky Zone. You want to just drive over here? Let's go to Sky Zone.
Dude, yeah, let's let me make it up to let's what is this? 10-hour drive? 12
Oh, yeah.
15-hour drive? 20-hour drive?
Yeah, just make it like 2 instead.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll simply increase my speed.
Yeah, perfect. We got an
I will simply
autobahn.
drive faster.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys. I have to go get ready. So, all right. See ya.
Hey guys, it's me, the streamer. From now on, everyone in chat is required to dye their hair red. If not, you're just gonna be banned. There's no other options. I don't know what to tell you. So, except for Reaper. Reaper gets a pass. You could keep the black hair. That one's
Hold
okay.
on. Wait. Why is he? No, we can't just be giving passes out. No. Because like I can agree with most of.
I will. Dude, what's up? Welcome back. Haven't seen you in a
Thank
while.
you. Yo. Fusion stream. Oh. Okay. Yo, I gotta be right back. Actually.
Dude, that was really. Alright, I'm back. Hey guys, what's up? I can't like. It's too fat. The movement of this world is too fast. I can't position myself properly. Whatever. Yeah, like I said, not having red hair or liking red hair is a bannable offense. If you type anything about blondes, you will be banned. Disliking Star Wars, that's also bannable. Disliking Destiny 2 is also bannable. What other ground rules do I need to set here? You are allowed one Polish word a year. So if you choose to speak like a Poland man, you can say one word a year in Polish.
Yo, I'm back.
That's your max. If you say two, oh dude, what's up?
Yo.
We were talking about Poland.
Really? Whoa.
Poland.
Yeah, you guys like Poland, right?
Poland.
Yo, everyone, say a Polish word or 5. Come on.
Huh?
Oh, what?
User has been removed from this.
I just disappear. Bober, yeah, that's good. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Bober, good word, man. Good
Shine?
word, man.
We don't have a shine word. Bober.
Is that a word? What's shine in Poland, man?
Well, like, we don't have like a shine word.
Oh. Oh yeah. Kurwa. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
one.
Kurwa. Yeah, I know that one.
Kurwa.
You just say a Polish word, so like
dude,
shine.
This chatter's so funny. Oh my
so
god, that chatter's
clever,
so funny.
Polish.
If only that wasn't the message that got you banned from this chat room.
Jesus,
Damn,
mods,
if
please.
only.
Oh my god, it's a good one though.
only.
Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy.
There it goes.
Yep.
It's a good last message.
Yeah.
Can't believe
Polish.
getting banned from chat.
Yeah.
Twitch staff are gonna show up and turn your stream off the next time you press start stream. Yeah, that's kind of rough.
Yeah. It's just like
Kind
damn.
of rough.
And then they like show up in
Gonna
your
lose
like
your badge.
unban requests, and their unban request is like, "Hey, it was my brother. It's my brother using my
55
account."
months of sub. Just
55.
download your aim. Probably
Yeah.
should have thought about it.
Yeah, we're strict around here
We got
about
Cheer
banning
5,000, Cheer 1,000, Cheer 100, Cheer 1, Prime Gaming, and it's all gone. Because
people. Prime Gaming, all gone.
It's all gone.
Yep. It is what it is, right? Because like, just reality things. Yeah.
It's just that's how it goes.
Fanboy only stream. That's I think that is how it works because we do play Lego Star Wars, right? They did say it's like El Femboy is like Lego Star Wars.
No.
Yeah, no, they said it's like
No.
super femboy or something. I don't know.
No, everybody likes Lego Star Wars. That's no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I am La Racista as well because
It's totally
CSGO was there. So. Oh, totally normie, yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I feel like it's one of the most played games ever. It's Lego Star Wars.
I have let me look it up. Let me look up the let me go back to wastedonleague.gg.
Don't do that.
Let's take a look here, fellas.
No. Here we go.
That's right, because I'm better than everyone in chat, so it doesn't really matter. It's taking forever to load. Holy shit.
Bro.
It's still loaded. Just
No, it's fine. Take your time.
gotta calculate the total time of every match I've ever played. Ever.
You should also tell us how much you spent.
I'm not gonna answer that question.
It's fair. Yeah, my friend spent $3,500 on League of Legends.
Oh god, it's been that much.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
was gonna say like maybe 1,000, maybe.
3,500's
Maybe
an amount that amounts to an amount. Imagine 3,500. You can go on a vacation to Europe with $3,500. You can go on a vacation anywhere.
Why would I do that?
Well, that's true. I'm just giving a comparison, right? Like $3,500. You know what?
I wouldn't go to Europe.
Oh, I'm sorry. You go to Asia?
Probably.
Oh, nice.
Maybe I'd go to Korea.
Yeah. Which one?
Maybe Japan. I don't know, man. Good question.
Yeah, no, it's just because
I'll flip it. I'll give it a good old coin flip.
I mean, you could visit North Korea. It's just that, you know, like, well, be careful, right?
You just can't leave. You can visit, but you're just gonna be there.
Yeah. Imprisoned. It's kind of funny. Would be good content. Stuck in trying to escape North Korea, part 17. You show them you're like,
But it's not loading my stats properly.
oh, that's not good.
Bull
What
on
the-
the man, you don't have much longer to leave.
What? Fusion Thieves.
Come with us.
What do you?
Come here.
I mean, it's only
Come
a matter of
here.
time till this happen.
Where am I going?
Come here. Come.
Here with us.
Why are you
Join
going
us.
with
Well, because they're saying so, and I just assumed that they have
Join
some.
us.
What do you? Come? I don't do that very often.
Come.
I don't really.
Come.
It's
I-
okay.
You guys are very bony.
Come.
Come. Don't. Fusion. Don't.
Come.
Don't do that. Okay.
Can you hear the music?
What are you done? My boobs. You flagellumed them.
Bosom. I want to flimbo your bosoms.
I have a
won't
bone to
because of
pick
you.
with you.
Can I touch your cheeks? Like the
Like
Sophie
which
the Mo-
ones?
Your face cheeks. I don't want to squeeze your ass. Oh shit. Ooh. Okay.
You glitch when you go too far too.
I don't know what's going on.
What are these guys doing?
Dude, I don't know. Why you are here? You're supposed to be dead. What you're?
here?
I love your face
Disturbance in the
features.
force.
There's a
We love your
disturbance in the
skin.
bones.
All four of them. We love your skin.
It's so oily.
I think
So
they.
meaty.
Four.
He can
There
be-
is
Yes,
two.
sorry,
We are
skin.
two men. We are two men. Where do you
Those.
see four? Where four? Where
Oh,
four?
there's no four.
And I only see
Tho-
boobs.
those-
There's 4 boobs.
Boobs.
No.
Oh, boobs.
Cuatro.
Bobbers.
Oh,
Bobbers.
Bober.
4 tetas.
Oh.
Tetas.
Oh, Bober.
4 tetas.
Give it to me, baby. No, the girl is sick.
Oh.
I'm pretty fly.
Oh, they want borscht. They want
Oh,
borscht.
oh. Well, I have some.
Borscht.
I have borscht. I can make. I have some ready
Guys,
soon.
Can they make
this isn't a very
Don't make
Halloween.
cook borscht?
Why?
Do you have boner to spare?
No,
Any
no
bonus?
boner.
No more there. Put clothes
Warrior.
on. Why are you naked? Why are you
Yeah,
naked?
put on
You
a
have
clothing,
such a
eh?
hard bone.
No, I'm free spirited.
Don't look at me. I am
I'm very.
ashamed of my.
Don't
I don't like
look at
how
me.
my body.
You are
Oh,
all bone. You are the boner. All bone.
Yes.
All bone man.
That
You
is not
are.
very nice
We are
of you.
not. No, you are. We know.
I worked hard to.
No,
I worked
we
hard
are
for this
boner.
figure.
No, you are a boner. We are a skin.
Don't you think?
No!
I look like this IRL. That's what I look like. I look like that.
Like that?
We are TSK.
Well, how do you
Yeah,
know?
look like
think
that.
my bones are sexy.
Because I have a
Worked
mirror.
hard for
Oh, I
this
like
figure.
You look like that?
I like this. Like, don't listen.
Well,
Yeah,
no
I look
hair?
like that.
Listen to them. They're
My
amazing.
arms are
You're
equally
so
as thick.
Oh God, Fusion
You
TSK.
upset
They bully
him.
me every
You
day.
upset him.
Oh,
It's okay. You can't cry. There's no tear ducts.
well,
It's just
yo,
there's no tear
true.
ducts.
Yeah.
Fucking
not possible.
meet the people every day.
I want to
people.
like, I want to hit
That's
their
not
bones
true.
like a xylophone.
I
Dun,
hate to
dun, dun,
meet the
dun, dun,
people.
dun, 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 you know?
You hear this?
This,
That
I
is
can't believe
racist.
this is so racist. This is so rude.
No,
can't
this
do
You
this.
cannot touch us like that.
Grab my
It
hand.
hurts.
Fusion. I wouldn't do that. If I
Dude,
were
my
you.
fingers look just like that. No, I'm not touching it. I'm not
Oh, okay,
touching
yeah.
this shit.
Let me bring your face here.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
let
No,
me-
look, I.
No face
speak
move.
with you.
No face move.
Bring
No.
your schnauzer. Let me see that asshole.
Huh?
Let me see
It might just be time for your prostate
I
exam,
want to
Fusion.
see your asshole.
Bro, let me see the meat on
Dude,
that.
it is.
Ass.
I want to see what
It
shit.
actually is.
No, it's
You know,
not.
in 2 weeks, I'm gonna have a camera shoved up my ass.
Are you really?
Yeah, I
Let me warm it up for you.
Wait, are
Come
you
here.
actually?
Huh?
Come here.
What in the? What is? What are you? What? Fusion? What? You letting this happen?
I can't. Let's see.
What do
Oh,
you
let's see what
call a
happens. Let's
funny
see what happens.
bone? What do you call a funny bone? A humerus.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Why
What's your
was
username?
the
What's your
skeleton
username?
stupid?
Moderators.
Why was the
Moderators.
skeleton stupid? He was.
That's an illegal joke. It's an illegal numbskull, dude. I get a numbskull
Where's the
because it's a
numbskull?
skull because you're just skull. You're skeletons and there's
Where
no
was the
nerves on the
skeleton?
bone, so it's numbskull.
Numbskull. Numbskull.
That's
Wha-
skeleton so lonely. He had no body.
Because he had nobody. Oh, dude,
Had
that's
nobody.
what a comedic joke. What a
That's
comedic joke.
really good one. That's a really good one.
This is,
Just-
you know,
Why are bones
just wanna look
so
out there.
calm? Nothing gets
imagine
under
like
their
if you're
skin.
doing math
Hello.
and you just go to a.
Hi.
Come.
Hey, what's up, Esso?
Did you win?
Hello,
I
Hello.
finished the map and it started playing an edit of Imagine Dragons Bones.
Oh my
That's
god.
It's a good thing I didn't do
It
that.
just keeps saying bones every other word. It's so good.
Bones every other word. That sounds like a good song.
Yeah. Oh God, I love Imagine Dragons. God.
Why'd you say? You said yeah, like
You
the
was
"Can I
saying-
crush your balls" video. Can I crush your balls?
Yeah. I love Imagine Dragons.
Where do they imprison naughty skeleton? In a rib
I
cage.
goddamn hate Imagine
Waking up,
Dragons.
Made out of jade.
I'm waking up.
ass and dust.
I bet that feels so good in an ear. Hold on.
I wipe my brow
ass and I
as
slap my
am-
nuts.
I'm breathing in
Never
the
mind,
chemicals.
Weird.
Did it play bones for you too or no?
You guys good?
Yeah.
We were breathing in the chemicals.
Oh. Wait, did it actually start playing bones for you?
No.
No,
Oh, okay. You still
it
hear
was
like,
it was a
like,
bit.
silly
We
music?
were lying for comedic effect.
Do you know?
I don't know
you
who
know?
to believe anymore.
Do you know how skeletons have sex? They bone each other.
Boning. Dude, that's. Oh man, you're so funny. Holy shit.
Fusion,
Man, Winter, you got the best
I gotta.
jokes.
Yo, I gotta go.
The way you just stare is like, hell nah, no way, bro. Nah.
I gotta go.
Man, I'm dead.
I'm dead, bro.
Man,
Nah,
I'm
I'm
dead.
Wait, does this have any,
Man, I'm
any
dead.
expressions? Yo, man, I'm
Oh.
dead, bro.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Yes. The joke here, Chad, is that the skeleton fell
Nah,
over
bro, I'm dead.
because they're dead.
Me when there's silly banana
That's the
skin
joke.
left on the floor.
My
What-
bones
Me
what's
when
the-
Fausto gets here. God. Why are you so fast? Oh
I
my
was gonna say fat, and I was gonna be like, damn.
It's because
Why'd you gotta do him like that?
Why are you so fast?
Yeah,
Yeah, where it's like a spoiler from like a car. There's a lot of speed. You're beautiful.
What? Hey,
I'm gonna
thanks.
eat your hair.
Do not eat.
I'm sorry what they took from you. I touched your.
What did they take
things.
from me?
You, I'm sorry.
Did you?
They took from me.
What did they take from? What did they do? I
They took redheads from
happened?
most of the Star Wars movies
It's
from you.
okay. She narrowly escaped.
Do you know? Have I ever told you about Mara Jade?
You have, because I was like, Fusion, why do you like Star Wars if there are no redheads? And then you sent the redhead, and I was like,
Oh,
I think Sui's
evil Suisei.
Oh. Boobs.
Whoa, are you?
Oh my God, Suisei.
You
Are
need
you
some
period,
Xanax?
man? Are you period right
You
now?
need a pad, lady? Are you okay?
You need a
It's okay, I got
Xanax?
you.
Oh!
Holy moly.
Hey, this is gonna be a very big inconvenience. How can I read now?
Man, I'm
You're
dead.
tickling my bones.
Man, I'm dead.
Man, I'm
I don't have a
dead.
stomach
in
for
your
these.
Get it? Cause
You're
He's gonna like eat
Fusion.
food. It's gonna
do you know that your
scramble.
femur is stronger than a titanium and steel alloy?
Let him go to prom.
Fusion.
Why?
Cause he has
Hey, what's
no
up?
body to
I can't
go
take it
with.
anymore.
Oh?
I don't know about the podcast anymore, man.
You very human.
I don't know.
Huh?
I just,
Gah?
I'm just in disbelief.
I like your funny bone.
I'm fisting your pelvis.
Disbelief
You know
of
that this
the
is a-
green and gold skeletons
Yeah.
fighting Suisei Hololive in front of us.
Birth
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I want to touch your.
It's a
happy-
good thing none of them are on the podcast. Smile.
Yeah, seriously. That'd be really
Why does the skeleton
cringe.
always
Could you
tell the
imagine?
truth?
Our first
You
guest
wanna
should
be
be
honest?
honestly our first guest should be Hoshimachi Suisei, the actual one. Like,
Dude, that's true.
yeah. We could do that easy.
Nah, I don't think she's that cool. She's not worth it, honestly.
I mean, yeah,
You
she's
can get
just
cooler people.
yeah. I mean, it's true. Like, we can get
She
like
has her own radio show. We don't.
She's overrated. Kind of overrated.
She has a radio,
radio
Wait,
show.
that's base.
Your
Yeah,
fingers
she has
don't
her
even
own
cover
radio
his
show.
eyes.
I didn't even know that.
That's so
Oh, my
base.
controllers are blinking red. I better go.
Are they actually?
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I can't
dude.
turn around to leave. I
Man,
just
that's a
turn
shame.
around and I see
Looks
a
like you're gonna
figure.
have to leave right now.
NHK radio.
I didn't know she had her own radio.
What did you say?
Every
9-inch
time you see a
K
funny
radio?
bone.
What?
NHK radio.
I won't have
Oh.
option.
Nighthawk, Celestial Nighthawk Radio.
Natsu Shuisei.
Egg joke
To
sucks.
stay with you.
It's not
Alright,
the
well,
same.
it's
The
been-
wind
it's been
doesn't
fun,
go
guys.
right through it.
Fun. No, it's cool. Like, I know it's true, but like, it hurts the most when it's true.
When are you gonna change your name to Leafeon's TSK? I'm still waiting.
Yeah, honestly though, like,
What the hell TSK gonna mean though? Titty suck.
Sure, dude. Why not?
Titty suck.
Sure, man.
Titty suck knuckle.
Titty suck.
Titty suck knuckles.
Suck.
OMG,
Bones.
Katsui say.
Bones in my bones.
What's the
Bones.
skeleton's favorite?
Your
plant?
bones are wet. Your bones are wet.
The bonsai tree.
Your bones are wet right now. Your bones are wet.
Can't unwet your bones.
Your bones are wet. Why are you looking at you? You have pomni eyes. I realized there's like a scribbles in your
What?
in the eyes. It look like pomni.
Nothing stupid. The skeletons can't eat soup. It will go right through.
Pom pom.
Pomni, 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 Pomni. Yeah, I love Pomni.
I can't do it.
I love Super Mario.
Pomni, Pomni,
Da, da,
Pomni.
Huh?
I love Depression Circus. My favorite anime.
That wasn't very humorous of you.
What
Oh,
are you
sorry.
doing?
What the fuck? Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, man.
Oh, sorry.
It was a misinput. It was a misinput.
Yeah, I lag.
It was a
Lol.
misinput.
It's lagging.
I'm lagging, guys.
I like lol.
Lol, it's like I'm just lagging.
That's so funny. I'm like lol. Lol. What are you?
I
Huh?
have to angle my.
Are you playing bongos on my tits?
No,
Oh my god, this is
Oh.
beautiful.
that's just so
My
weird
boy-
that you would even
Man,
accuse me.
Don't turn
This is so
camera.
incest.
NSFW.
This is so
No turn
vulgar.
camera. NSFW.
Get me
No
banned,
man, no man, no man, no man. They're holding hands, man.
dude. This is no good.
You're getting my funny bone.
No
You're
good,
touching my
man.
funny bone.
That's skeletal
This is
fisting.
Nachtguten. Nachtguten, man.
Nach uten der Toten.
Ich mein der Schnitzel. Ich bin ein Schnitzel.
I am
Nachtguten.
Ich bin
Yes,
stupid.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know
No
what
man.
we're saying.
What does
No
the
man.
skeleton
Oh, okay.
say before he eats?
I don't know what it means either. I just stringing German sounding words together.
what did this mean?
Ich bin ein. Sounds really German, doesn't it?
It does. It does. A concerning amount.
Ich bin ein der Schnitzel.
He was toxic.
I only know like a few words.
Who's
from, like,
toxic?
the Wolfenstein games.
Dude, I don't even know what that is.
He was a bad friend.
There's a clip of Hitler from the Wolfenstein games meeting someone from Arizona,
I am the
and
wiener.
What
he's like,
did the skeleton say to the skeleton?
What?
I don't know if I should make this joke. I'll send you a clip.
That's fine.
Chad, have you seen the Hitler in Arizona guy clip on YouTube? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm
Very
pretty
funny.
sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have. But you know, I'm pretty sure I have. Pretty sure I have. Arizona.
Okay.
Arizona.
No, no, mein Führer, I'm
What are
from
you doing?
Arizona.
What does it smell like? What does it smell like?
It
Coconut.
smell
Does it
like
smell
asshole.
calcium?
It was just in asshole.
Oh,
You know what this
Calcium.
bone is called?
cracking
You
me
see,
up.
you see that bone at the very bottom that pokes down? You see that one? The bone, like in the pelvis, the one that pokes
Which
down.
one?
You see it?
Which?
Yeah.
I don't like how you just see through me. You
From
know.
Arizona.
That bone. You know what that bone's called? You know what that bone's called? You know what,
What
it's
it-
called, guys? You know what it's called? You know what
What?
it's called?
What is it called?
It's called the coccyx.
You
In
know
the
what?
mouth.
You know what this one's called? I think it's this one. Is this one?
Yeah.
Do you think
Yeah, that one.
This one.
This one?
It's
That's
the
the one.
weenus.
It's not a bone.
Terminator.
That's not a.
Is it actually called that?
That's
The
it's not
weenus
the.
is not a bone.
It's the
The
skin.
weenus is
It's the
tendon.
flap.
The weenus.
Oh, it's a tendon.
Oh,
okay.
it's
That's.
a tendon.
I
I
didn't even
think
know.
it's a
Either.
tendon.
I thought it was the
Oh, it
flappy
was-
skin.
Maybe it is the
They
skin.
took
Maybe
away
it is the
your
floppy
weenus.
skin.
They removed my
They took away
weenies.
I'm slapping
My
my weenus.
weenies is gone.
Oh my
Well,
god.
it makes it funny. You'll go like karate chop action. Don't hurt your weenus.
Is
Don't hurt your weenus, bro.
Tendon
Don't
to
touch
this
your
weenus.
Don't touch it. Don't touch your weenies on street. It's
Tend
not
to my
If you karate
weenus.
chop your knees, does it go? When you're in like doctors and they do this to your knees to make it.
One
That's
second,
true.
Koya,
That's
I
true. They
don't
do
eat
that.
you.
They do that. They do that.
You
That's
what?
True. That's true.
Now you have a skeleton inside you.
Oh,
Oh my
Oh.
god. Fusion, you also have a skeleton inside of you.
Oh my
dude,
god.
we did it.
This is
Why,
Why
does it
you-
have
why are you
Leon's
fondling?
voice?
bro. I feel so alive right
I'm
now.
Fusion TSK, real. I'm from
Is-
America.
Is this
I am Koyo and I
I
like
like Outback
vegan.
Steakhouse.
Hey, that's only remotely
Oh my
somewhat
gosh,
true.
it's
I
real.
like bone jangles. I'm bone jangles because I am a skeleton.
I like defeat
Bone
and destiny
Bone
too.
jangles, dude. That's a
Yeah, that's
that's
pretty
a good joke. That's a good joke. That's a good joke.
That's pretty true. That's pretty true.
You gotta
And
have
fuck
Chick-fil-A.
that
When they
Koyo
open
Red
Chick-fil-A
guy, fuck him.
I hate
you
Koyo
gotta
Red.
have Chick-fil-A.
Oh, boobs.
Anyone who Whoa!
What are you flipping me off?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm so sick of these people, and they're. Stop! What are you pointing with one? Stop upsetting my podcast host. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, they've been bad today.
Wait, it's like a fucking, it's like an album cover.
Yeah. That's so-
Two skeletons flipping off the
I'm
camera.
dead, bro.
What if I just like.
Nah, bro.
Bite the bone, do 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 do, do 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 do. Bite the bone. Boom, boom, boom,
Oh my
boom.
god, are those boobs?
No.
I
Oh
just
my god, I have a boner right now.
Why did I snort? That's not my role. You snort. That's not me.
It's infectious.
I'm like half backed up. It's doesn't fair. Doesn't count.
Oh, me too, though.
So fucking like bassy.
Oh yeah, I was like, yeah, I remember. Yeah, it's deleted forever. No one will
You
ever
should
see
do
it.
that again.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
It's deleted forever.
Yeah, no one's gonna ever
Make
hear me
him
snort.
though, right
Never
now.
One
again.
tickling.
This is cocaine.
Bones.
Bone.
And then I slap the mushroom like.
Have you
Fusion
seen that
TSK.
one, like,
Call you right. How you feel about shark?
tapping the mushroom,
Shark?
like a guy right next to it, and then they just yank it?
Yeah, how you feel about shark?
Yeah, he's like.
Like shark, the
You like shark?
shark?
Hey, you like shark?
No, not particularly, because like they're kind of like
Okay.
in the ocean.
I
and
can't believe your least favorite VTuber is Gargura.
Oh, that is
can't
actually
believe it.
true. That is actually true. I actually
can't
cannot
believe it.
stand.
Oh my
yeah.
god.
No, that's true. I will not even
Can't
deny. I
believe it.
cannot stand
Holy
any
moly.
lolly sounding characters are
Holy
dead weight,
moly.
Wait, when you
absurd,
start playing-
Holy
gross,
moly.
ugly,
It's playing on our-
dumb,
Yeah.
Oh, you
stupid,
Yeah.
Now you're
gorgangulous.
sounding like a League of Legends player.
Yeah.
Oh,
What? No, I don't.
chat, let's think of words.
Whoa! Stop it! You're being too silly now.
Sorry, that was my brother. My brother was sitting down on my PC.
Wait, no, I don't like Gargura. I'm sorry. I don't like Gargura. I don't like Gargura. I don't like Amelia Watson. I don't like.
You know what? I'm gonna say
What are
it.
you doing?
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it.
Yep.
I think.
Are you throwing gang signs?
I think Neanders has the worst voice out of any VTuber I've ever heard. I have to say it. I had to say it. I can't listen to it.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. No disrespect. I can't do it. Me personally, can't
Is
do it.
it similar to like Vebe? Or like, I actually have no idea how she sounds.
Yeah,
Oh,
they sound. Yeah, I can't take it. I'm
like
sure
the,
there are
the
people.
Moni voice.
Obviously, there are people that like it.
But you just have
Okay,
it.
take care. Have
they
a
have
good night.
such a-
guys.
where are Disco pogo, ding a ling a ling, ding a ling a. Where are you going?
Food and my
Pickle dick.
controller is dying, but I'll be in chat. Maybe
That's
I'll be
fine.
in
I actually kind of want food too. That's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Damn,
Fusion,
it's
go
about
live.
later
chat.
already.
Take care.
Fusion, go
Oh
live.
shit, it is.
Go. Go live.
Go live.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, go live. Destiny 2.
OBS.
Destiny 2. Yep. OBS. Go live. All right. So.
I don't think right now is the best time like that.
Damn. Oh gosh. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. That's. Yeah. That's not. That's no
I'm
good.
not even doing Festival of the Lost. Shit sucks.
I agree. Yeah. I'm not doing anything.
Not even doing it.
Oh, I'm gonna get food.
Self-checkout now.
I'm self-checking
Self-checkout.
myself out
Go to the self
of this
self-checkout now.
world for sure. Not self-checking out from there.
It's time for you to be.
Or you gonna leave?
No.
It's like, oh, he actually went.
Just got baited.
Yo, you got him. He actually. That's kind of sad.
You know, in League of Legends, we call that a bait.
Oh, and then like he shows back up and
We
you
call that a bait.
gank him. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright.
Gank him. Gank my lane.
Stuck in there.
Gonna open Spotify.
My lane.
Guys, fell from
Guys.
Spanish to a mythical lands.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
what a shame.
self-checkout,
Yeah.
bro.
I mean, I did make it very
Only
clear
ever
that I'm
escape.
self-checking out of everything. I'm going to go get some food. So, yeah, I'm not gonna
I
VR
don't
chat.
appreciate your humorous.
I
Not
don't
very
know,
humorous.
it's-
That's quitter talk.
I like our
That is
humor.
not very humorous. That is
Not
not
very
very
humorous.
spinal cord of them.
I think
honestly.
just we can put make sure we put
This is
them
not
on
very
the
rib
blacklist.
cage
Like these they don't get to be on the podcast.
For sure.
Go eat.
This is
You
not
could- you could-
acceptable
I can't
behavior.
Your brain is
I have
too
those
mushy.
Starbucks.
I
I
don't.
don't know. It's just like they would ruin
I mean,
the
they were
podcast
literally
so fast.
kissing.
You put in your hair.
They were
Don't
wearing
have a
skeleton avatars and kissing.
And again, that could be really good
This like
content.
we need to
this
be
this
really good.
Leafeon's person, she just said that her controllers were dying like 30 minutes ago, and she's still
Yeah,
here.
that's so
It doesn't
weird,
make
right?
any
It's
sense.
just lying. It's like false
I thought she
advertising.
was supposed to be like leaving.
He's
I
okay. They
just
have a
don't get
bone
it.
to pick with you.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not
What do you have a
worth it.
bone to pick of me, huh?
We were
Oh my
RP whispering to each other in monologue. You can't just
Yeah.
you can't just say you,
Well,
you
I am
can't hear
already
us.
RP earmuffs
fucking
to
dead.
you?
I got no fucking rules because I'm fucking dead. I don't
You're
even have
such a
ears,
It's
bro.
unbelievable.
So
You know
fucking
that?
loud,
D-
bro.
no,
I
you
can't-
okay? That's
like-
it. Roll.
Skin
No,
havers.
Is this what
No.
VR chatters are like?
I think so. Like this is
These
unbelievable.
VR chatters, dude.
Okay, see, well, yeah, well, like, why are you saying? Why are you dropping hard R's? Like, I don't even understand.
No, I just don't like people with skin. I
All right, that's it. Roll for insight. Roll for insight.
Listen,
Roll for
nothing
insight.
against you guys, but
No, they have to roll for
you
insight.
just have a bit too much meat on your bones, you know?
Meat?
It's not for me. You're
Can you
a little
believe-
too, you
I am
know?
almost underweight. Almost. You know that? I have no meat.
Dude,
Yeah,
you know
you
my
could be
BMI is
under.
14.
Could be under.
What?
No organs.
Our
No,
BMI is
yeah.
14, bro.
Kinda gross me out. The boob stuff is too
Yeah.
much. You're doing too much.
Yeah, like,
you know
can
that?
you, like, remove your,
You're trying too hard
like,
with those
your
boobs.
bladder and your heart and your
Bladder?
liver.
She wants your piss. She wants your
Oh, that's
piss.
so weird. It's so
No, I don't want it.
I don't
No, I
understand,
want
I
you
just-
not
it's
to
It's
have
just,
it. So
it's
then you
just,
have
you
no
know, we
piss.
don't
It's just
really have a stomach
clean.
for it. It's not
There's
good for
nothing
us,
in
you
here.
know?
It's just so clean.
Yeah.
Easy
Like,
to clean, you know.
We're so
I don't know.
clean
It
and,
looks like you're
shiny.
filled with ooze.
For it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my. Oh no, dude. No, these VR chatters, their brains are just gone.
No, it's just over.
Literally,
It's
their
just
brains are gone.
there's no saving this, bro. There's nothing we can do.
Oh my
There's
God.
nothing we can do.
Horrible. This is just.
They
this
cracking
is-
me up.
This is a detriment to society.
Yeah.
Quick, what continent are you in? Both of you. What continent are you both in?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
No. If you were in Wisconsin, I'd send my friend to your house.
So hollow.
Damn.
That joke was gonna be a lot worse.
Oh my god. Fusion Disco. We just had Sniper Wolf like going over to someone's house. We can't be doing this. Can't be too soon for
It's
these.
true, bro.
God.
No, she just wanted to talk, man. She just
Oh, yeah, talk.
This is bone over.
Yeah, that's why she wanted to talk. That's why she posted a picture of his house.
Yeah, on the internet to discuss things. I won't stop
I didn't
taking
even take a
pictures.
picture, what? They look like XQC guys.
That's exactly
Shows
what
up to
she
your
did.
house.
Yeah, no.
Whoa,
Slash me shows up to your house.
whoa.
Yeah, chat. Dude,
You want
what
soup?
do you think, chat?
Chat,
They
dude.
look-
Yeah,
Dude, chat.
Yeah, you want soup or no?
This is like when the
No.
Oh, okay, why not?
Cookie. I have
Cookie.
chocolate chip cookie.
Oh, so you're I'm breaking.
Okay, but actually, by like, honestly,
Goodbye, Bone Leons.
Alright, goodbye, Europeans.
Goodbye, Europeans.
Go.
I should put my skin on before I forget.
No. Leave it like this.
Dino
Next
Nuggies.
time you get on, you just like scare yourself.
Oh yeah.
I really want you to keep that on.
Yeah, me
So you
too.
turn on stream
Okay, and
for a
I'll
non-VR
get
chat
the,
stream, and then you switch to VR chat,
yeah.
and you turn the camera on, and you're, but you don't remember that you're in a skeleton, and then everybody's in chat. It's like, oh my god,
I think that would
Oh
be
my
really
God.
funny.
I'm sorry.
oh my god.
I'm sorry they took your foreskin, but now they have to take
Yeah.
the rest of your skin.
Well, that's really that you just made it so
Alright, cool.
personal. Made it so personal.
All right, cool. All right, cool.
Yeah,
Alright, cool.
You just,
Alright, cool.
Okay, cool.
No, it's
just
cool.
like merrily not for me.
Merrily,
Okay.
merrily, merrily, merrily.
Merrily.
Okay.
That's cool.
Like marrow.
Marrowly. Oh my god, you're so stupid. Bro, you're giving me a
Get it? Because it's
hematoma.
marrow. It's marrow.
What?
These jokes fucking suck.
Seriously,
Oh my
who
God.
hired these
You're
people to write the
breaking my
script?
back here.
Who? Seriously, we gotta
Oh
fire
my
them.
god.
It's
I didn't hire
ridiculous.
them.
Bro.
Well, I wouldn't think so.
I didn't hire them.
Like someone had to, but who?
Why would I hire Europeans?
Oh, you're so right. Like that's just
why
the
would I-
worst.
why would I do that?
Dude, I don't even know.
You are so.
No.
Yeah,
Literally
they call
no
me
way.
the funny bone.
You're. Is there more
Why are they
presents
still
in
here,
their
dude? They're
box?
literally just standing by the camera.
I don't really get it.
You see these people?
Do I see these nuts?
Oh,
No,
got
not funny,
him!
dude. We don't have
Yo,
those.
oh.
Not funny.
Yo,
That's not
yo.
very funny of you.
Man, do not the chat. Do not.
Do not the chat.
Bye.
Do not.
Do not the chat. Do not the chat. Hey!
Whoa.
You can't do. This is not
They're in
showing.
prison now.
Stop fingering chat. Stop
Engage
fingering the
with
chat room.
Bro,
No.
Chat, do you like it when we touch you like this?
stop gawking the chat. This is unfreaking believable.
This is a no zone. Strictly.
I've decided I want
Skeleton
soup.
people, am I right?
Yeah, seriously, you just missed it. There were some weird ass skeleton people. I don't know who hired them, but we're gonna
Fucking
fire them from the
weird.
podcast. Seriously, that was ridiculous.
The pod.
That's true. They're banned. They're banned forever. Literally banned forever.
All right, well, I'm gonna go get food. So I'm gonna ditch this popsicle stand.
What are you eating? Are you eating
Soup.
Soup.
No, chicken noodle soup.
Borscht.
Actually, chicken noodle soup. Chicken
You're not even
noodle soup.
Polish, man.
Dude,
Oh my
it's like we have
Soup?
chicken noodle soup. We don't just go and like make a new pair of soup every day.
Okay, bro. Like next thing you're gonna say is like you're not even Polish. Like I don't know what.
I'm
you
actually
kinda
not. I've
keep
been
this
lying
shit
this
up.
whole
It's
time.
not.
But look at that.
It's
Look at that
really
tree.
Thing.
No, it's a really good tree.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys just saw there. It must have been a really awkward angle. But anyways. Enough is enough. Right? Enough is enough. Besides, oh my god, the darkness in... It's me! The next Smash Bros. Character. Can you guess who I am? Alright, anyways. Guys, Monday is over. Tomorrow is October 31st, aka Halloween, aka we're gonna play Phasmophobia, aka join my Discord, follow my socials. I would greatly appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. If you're free, brush your teeth. Never forget. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Everybody, thank you for hanging out. I know it wasn't a solo day entirely, but we had most of a solo day. And then, you know, sometimes it's okay. I was feeling a little bit more social. People joined. It was crazy. It was fun. It was a good time. Tomorrow, Phasmophobia. I don't know with who yet. I'm going to count and say it's going to be Juvie, Fausto, and I. I don't know who the fourth will be just yet, but we will see. We will see. This VOD will be uploaded to YouTube. Also, movie night this Saturday, 4 p.m. EST. If you're looking for episode 2 of Star Wars, we'll be watching that. Back to sleep! But first, let me find someone to raid. Who's looking? I don't know. What's cooking? Proxy Zero is live. Proxy Zero is doing Rainbow Six Siege. So I could do that. Could send you to proxy for Rainbow Six. You see any VR chatters real quick? Yeah, all my friends stopped playing VR chat in its entirety. So I will never have someone to raid who does VR chat. Proxy is. Dude, you do not hope my soup is cold. You better take that back because you know that you had a good time today. Right? You had a good time today. Hey, I just want to say, I don't look at my view count ever. But I appreciate the support. Like, all I do is sit here sometimes and do nothing, and you guys show, like, no one even rated today. I don't know where you all came from, but thanks. I appreciate it. I don't even know what I did today. I have no idea. Anyways, Proxy Zero. Have a good night, guys. Happy Halloween. See you tomorrow for Phasmophobia. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Peace.